is missing. And everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Good morning to everybody for a wonderful morning at the Estoril circuit in Portugal. You can see there that the weather is every bit as good as it was yesterday, and it's very great weather all the way through yesterday. The darkness was a real treat as well. We had our last race of the day. Yesterday was the 60s endurance race, and that was an absolute stormer. We can look back on that for, I think, many years to come. My name is Paul Tarsi. I'm joined here in the commentary box with my son Nick Tarsi. And Nick, going back to last night, that 60s endurance thing was a fabulous race, wasn't it?
I'm still reeling, to be honest. It was fantastic to see those cars, that the Cobras at it for the duration, I think it's fair to say.
Yes, for 2 hours. They were hammer and tongs, but we now look forward to the racing today, and we're starting with something which I really love, and that's the 2-litre cup, which is a one make series, and we were kind of discussing yesterday whether the one make series really deliver. This one certainly does, because this is for 2-litre Porsche 911s of the very earliest era. So we have cars which are the little 4-cylinder, 2-litre original 911s, short wheelbase cars, and very, very closely monitored. They are all very similar. We've got some great drivers in this. Fabulous that we have the number 27 that's going to be out there is going to be the Matt Neal car.
A lot of races for today's event after a beautiful Saturday, hot Saturday, not as hot as today. Today a little bit chill, a little bit windy, typical here at Estoril due to the Sintra Mountains, but will be a perfect day. The first cars are already on the grid, ready as they can be to start this day. It will be the first race of the day to open the program, a long program for this final day of the Estoril Classics 2022. We have a lot of beautiful Porsches, also some Lotus. Those are special cars that will start this first race. I will try to talk here with the man in the pole position. Hello, good morning. First race of the day, a little bit chill compared to the Saturday that we had yesterday, but ready as you can be.
Yes, really looking forward to it. It's a really good track, I love it.
What part of the track do you prefer?
It's just got so many technical twists and uphill section I really like.
Any kind of strategy for the race?
Just to try and break away and then just do 20 clean laps and then give it to my teammate to win the race.
Okay, perfect. Best of luck for you and your teammates. This is the strategy to break away and give a good 20 laps in the first stint, then handle the car to the teammates and try to win. Of course, there are a lot of opponents here to start this race, a long race at the beginning of the day. We'll have also, as yesterday, the Formula Ones, also the Group C's, a lot of good races in the program. So I think that this Sunday will be also a Sunday to remember here at Estoril. I'll try now to talk with the man here on the pole with his Porsche. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning.
Special race to begin this beautiful Sunday. Any kind of strategy?
Well, we've just got to make sure we have a decent finish because we're leading the championship at the moment and it's the last round. So yeah, we're just got to make sure we get through safely. Really.
The goal is to win the championship.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I've been sharing this car with Ollie Bryant for a number of years now, and we won the championship back in 2018. So yeah, very keen to do it again.
Okay, best of luck for you guys. This is the strategy for this team to win the championship. No matter what the results, they will fight for the points to win the championship. We have a few minutes to start the race. I handle to you commentators again this broadcast, and see you later at the end of the race.
Roy, thank you very much indeed. Some glorious cars down there as we see the grid being cleared for this 2-litre cup race. And you heard there that the 77 car with Mark Sumpter at the wheel is going to be on pole position. We see that that car left of our screens. Grid formed up behind the safety car. We'll see that first lap they've had. They've had their warm-up lap, so they'll now be running around for their lap, and then we'll be away. These 2-litre cars are very, very special because any of them is a special one. Starting with Mark Sumpter, Andrew Smith, with Matt Home third on the grid, number 116. Barnaby Grimes is next down. We see various people that certainly we would know. Seb Perez on there in eighth on the. He's been a Porsche stalwart for many years, but driving on the Green car package with the Porsche cars, much more modern and powerful Porsche cars, but has decided to go down to this one as well. So we have a fit, and we have the green flag being waved. We're away now for the start of this first race of the day, the 2-litre cup. This is a 1.5-hour race. So we have a very full package. It's a proper endurance race, Nick. And I think that, as we saw last night with the 60s endurance cars, we're going to see people looking after their tyres, looking after their brakes, or not. That I think it's going to be an interesting situation from there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Full grid and long race equals fun, I think.
Yeah. That car at the back. We haven't even started the race, and it's got a dented front wing. So obviously a mishap in qualifying or practice. But yeah, so a full grid, very, very evenly matched cars. It comes down very much to preparation and driving, and that's all it is. That there are no easy tricks in this, but that's going to give you a second. It's down to a well-prepared car and a well-driven. So this, as you see, is the formation lap, and then we'll be away for the full 1.5 hours of thing, and we're going to be on time for that.
It's focus as well, isn't it? I mean, these guys have got to maintain focus past the sort of hour mark. And all of those cars have character. So it's about applying yourself, isn't it? And keeping your eyes on the road.
Yeah, it is. It's concentration. It's all those things. And this is not a professional series. That these are people who, in the main, for fun. Maybe with a bit of help from their preparers or their race tutors. It may be any of those things, but these people are doing it for fun. Looking down the list of entries, I'm intrigued by the number 23 car, which is driven by the Satanas of Montparnasse and the Diablo de Charbot. Now, Satanas and Diablo are both translations of the devil. So I think 10 out of 10 for a racing name there. I think two racing names of
Yeah,
Satanas and the Diablo.
House.
Yeah, you can work during. You've got 90 minutes now to work out as many things that you can come
Hell
up.
puns.
Help. These cars, many of them, of course, are in original Porsche colours as well, which I love. That they're and some aren't, as you can see, but the original grey and the green and the red. Safety car pulls off into the pit lane. Reasonably orderly start. Are they going to be happy with that? Yes, we have two columns. Red lights are still on, waiting for the green. Is Mark Sumpter going to floor it and get away to that first right-hander properly? Still red, still red. Now green. Here we go. Mark Sumpter in the car on the left of your screen, the number 77, pushing hard down towards that first turning. He's probably got enough of it as he comes down. 64 car getting very close. A few lockups even there. And these priceless cars getting very, very close together. But nonetheless, everybody gets through the turn, and I think it was Mark Sumpter who managed to get the lead, but under pressure now, very much under pressure from the number 64 car of Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant. Andrew Smith in the wheel at this time. Championship leader. He's going to be keen to do that, but the last race of the series, Nick, it's always about let's not. Second place will be good enough. So
Yeah.
let's settle for that maybe.
Let's not forget that there is a championship at stake. It's it's the race today, but their intentions are clear.
And Andrew Smith has got the lead now. He went down the inside there. Oh, and back comes Sumpter. Hey chaps, this is a 90-minute race. Look at that. It's absolute nip and tuck. It's last night all over again.
It
Nick.
is.
That these cars, drivers absolutely trusting each other. Andrew Smith on the outside, Mark Sumpter on the inside as they go on their way through. So it's 77 from 64 from number 9. Matt Home is in third place. So the Brits leading this currently. Those lovely classic Porsche noises that we can hear in the background there. But in some ways, Nick, these are a bit, I mean, it sounds stupid to say it, but these are a bit like the minis that you have to commit very early and chuck it very early, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. They're animated, aren't they? You can see all of the components at work in these cars. It's one of the few cars my wife actually loves as well. These old Porsches. So
that could be expensive.
Yeah, it's not a good thing.
But that you can see Mark Sumpter and Andrew Smith really chucking them into the corners as they arrive. That they're taking no prisoners. Those first three cars. Matt Home in the red and yellow car in third place, also doing the job there.
So how original would these cars be, Paul?
They'd be they are completely rebuilt, and every one of them would have been taken down to a bare shell and then rebuilt, but would be rebuilt perfectly, but originally. So they would all have been, as I say, stripped down and rebuilt. In fact, I watched that number 77 car being rebuilt over a period of time in the Jordan Racing Team workshop, and I can remember that car going through that process. So yes, it was. All of them will be exactly as they would have been new in the 60s, but they are to that original design, and absolutely nothing between those first two. It's going to be interesting with that 64 car. That is he going to go for the win, or is he just going to sit there and pressure Mark Sumpter as he does? But let's not forget that the Andrew Smith will be handing over to Ollie Bryant, who is the demon historic race driver, and that Mark Sumpter will be handing over to Andrew Jordan. So these two, in some ways, have a watching brief to do. Bring it home in one piece, bring it into its compulsory pit stop that it'll have to take, and then give it to their respective co-drivers of Jordan and Brian to take home to the end. So we've got a classic race in progress here. We can see then the field beginning to spread out a little, but some great battles all the way down the field, and that's very, very typical of the 2-litre Cup. That these cars are very, very evenly matched. Those lovely original wheels that they have on them, the Fuchs wheels, which were exactly how they came out of the factory. There we see the David Danglard car. It's funny, isn't it, how those cars sound like Porsches. They're undeniably Porsches, but it's the little 4-cylinder 2-litre engine in there, and yet they have some sort of DNA that links them to the most modern of 6-cylinder Porsches that you can hear under pressure. Go and listen to a Carrera Cup race, and you can tell that they're the similar kind of thing.
Yeah, they've managed to keep the outward aesthetic and the inward workings somehow linked to these original cars, haven't they?
And that's very much been part of Porsche's principles throughout. The DNA is there. I mean, park one of these cars next to a modern 911, and they are very obviously very different. But it's a bit like standing next to your grandfather, isn't it? That you kind of can tell that where the history is. We have a yellow flag in sector 1, so that's almost certainly the first corner after the pits. So coming up to that now are 2 leaders, and it's Mark Sumpter from Andrew Smith. And
can't see a reason for that yellow.
I think it's going to be in this first corner, turn 1, I would think. Just have a little sight of the spectators there, huddled up a bit this morning, a bit more than...
Poor spectators, 17 degrees out there. However are they managing?
And what is it in the UK? About 5. So, see the number 19 Zanchetta and James Turner car, which is the one we identified earlier on with the crumpled front wing. He started right at the back and has now worked his way well up to midfield. So there we see that car, the 19 car. You can look at the front driver's left as they go through. We've got 90-minute race, so it will be pit window in the middle of the race, and be interesting, Nick, to see how people play this, particularly our front 2, that with all due respect to both of the current drivers, that they are not going to be as on it as their professional counterparts. And so do they hand over early? Do they get the fun out of it? Who knows?
Yeah, I think an early handover makes sense, doesn't it?
It makes sense. But then again, if you own the car, you just say,
yeah.
I want to drive it.
What would be your preference if you were behind the wheel?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually, Nick.
The glory comes with the second run, surely.
Yeah. Do you want to stand on the top step, having done the least work, or the next step down with the glory? I don't know.
I think I'd take either.
Yes, actually, it's probably true that that's all you need to do. Looking at that, this lovely battle that we have a little bit further down the field, that poor number 19 has actually got rumpled front driver's left and driver's right. So he's had a busy time so far this weekend. There's no doubt about that. These cars actually qualified yesterday morning, and so they've had a busy time.
It's a well-trodden tactic, isn't it? Make your car look a bit mean.
Yes.
People think, uh-oh.
So there we see this battle for 7th and 8th. Oh, and yes, looking mean now, Nick. There's no doubt about it. I don't think that was a forced error. I think it just got away from him. That was the classic Porsche moment, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Tiny bit tail happy there.
And these were obviously they weren't the first Porsches, because that was the 356, and even before that. But they were early Porsches, very much based on the original VW concept, and that with the engine hanging out behind the back wheels. Everybody has said, and engineers who know infinitely more about it than I do have said, that it should never work, but it does.
Yeah, they separated the men from the boys, didn't they, these cars?
They did, and I think we just saw there that when it goes, it really goes. You know, that with some of the races we saw yesterday, with the big V8s and things, where people were hanging the tail out and going around in classic old historic opposite lock and four-wheel drifts. You can't do that in one of these.
No.
But one of these is going to be much more difficult.
I crashed an M3 once, actually, by losing the back end, and I happened to have an apple crumble on the passenger seat, and got knocked out. Got knocked out by the apple crumble. I don't think these guys are apple crumbles. He has got his boot open, by the way.
He has, hasn't he?
There.
Is that what it is? Is the engine cover? Oh, yes, that's the engine. Now, is that a movable aerodynamic device?
It is. Yeah, massive downforce.
If we get massive downforce, then the cover shuts. That's but yes, that's come open. So a different thing.
Shout out to the power of the little hydraulic lift in that as well, because that's holding firm.
Yes, it is.
The pressure on that, not small.
You'd like to think so. You kind of go back to those days in the 70s, where it was Bruce McLaren who was testing one of his Can-Am cars at Goodwood, and that there was a flap in the nose behind the radiator which opened outward. No, a tiny one, only a few inches. Here's that spin that we saw. Yeah, it was unforced. It was.
Now, was he in the dirty air, as they would say in Formula One?
Yeah, maybe. And Bruce McLaren was there, and there was a flap which somebody hadn't done up properly in the pits, and he realised that the flap was open rather than closed, so the pressure inside the car was more than outside, and that's how those flaps were born. It's working, isn't it?
It is working.
It's Antonio Simoa's local lad is going well there. But yes, at which point do they say, actually, this is working and this isn't fair?
Yeah.
We have David Danglard from the US there in the number 15 car. Certainly moving up now. The Antonio Simoes. Some good battles down here, Nick. They are very, very evenly matched, aren't they?
Yeah, it's panning out nicely. You've got a couple of battles going on there. That engine cover that's come up there, it looks right, doesn't it?
It does. This is the origin of the whale tail. Yes, it does look right. You're absolutely correct. But yes, we'll have to see. Do you think there's going to be a protest?
No change at the front while this is all going on.
These engines, of course, are air-cooled, completely air-cooled. That we saw the evolution of Porsche motors over the years through oil-cooled or air-cooled, oil-cooled, water-cooled. But these are the most basic air-cooled engines. So, I mean, it may be actually with the cover open that it might not be absolutely ideal. You know, that it might run a bit cold. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Is the only thing there. But yeah, we still have that battle for the lead, settling down a bit now between Sumpter and the number 64 car with Andrew Smith at the wheel. But nonetheless, yeah, all to play for. We've only had 15 minutes of this 90-minute race. We talked last night about the undulations and the rise and fall of this circuit, and I think it's one of the things that makes it so special. We're very used to seeing the modern autodrome of one form or another, and that this is so different, and that it's hard to think in many ways that over the years, this was the home of the Portuguese Grand Prix, and from, was it 1984?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look at the people who've actually won here, it's Prost, Senna, Mansell. Alain Prost won it 3 times, in both in McLaren, all in McLarens. But all the great and the good have won here and loved it. It was here that Ayrton Senna in 1985 had his first Grand Prix win in a Lotus when it poured with rain. Hard to think of that now, isn't it?
Yeah, I bet it'd be tricky in the rain, this circuit. I mean, last night we were watching those Cobras go around, and you're talking about the undulations. Seeing them, load up in the corners, they just looked right. They looked at home, didn't they?
Would you like to see modern Formula One cars around this circuit?
Yes, but I think it would be absolute carnage. But
yes, I mean it's not wide enough. The the number 19 car again, Zanchetta and Turner has overcooked it. Oh yes, that car is being punished today. I think that's for certain. But yeah, so the Estoril circuit last actually hosted Grand Prix in 1996, when we saw Jacques Villeneuve win in the Williams. Those are, you say about love to see modern cars on this circuit, that when you get to 96, okay, it's 26 years ago, but those were still big, wide cars. They were a lot bigger than we see on track right now, and they didn't punt each other off completely.
Yeah, as the rules of, in Formula One, as the rules about giving your competitor adequate gaps, that sort of stuff, as they increase, track width has to increase, and runoffs and all the rest of it. If you're required to give more space to your competitor, you have to have somewhere to go, somewhere to be. So on here, you've got to make your decision and stick to it, haven't you?
Yeah, you're right, and that's one of the things that makes this kind of racing so much better, because A, there is mutual respect, and B, that people just will drive sensibly rather than worrying about penalties or the rules or
some modern circuits. When you see the aerial views, the runoffs, I mean, it's like an airfield, isn't it?
Yeah. We know that they have to exist. We know that they have to be there. But go to a modern Grand Prix circuit, and there is nowhere that you can stand as a spectator and feel that you're getting close to the cars, because you're always a million miles away from them. This is a good battle that we're seeing as they are all the way down the circuit, with the movable aerodynamic device on the number 100 car. I suppose he's not particularly bothered because he can't see anything behind him, can he? So
no, it's got a James Bond vibe, isn't it? A couple of guns should come out the back
there. Yes, you're right. That's what it needs.
Or at least a little fountain with an oil slick.
Yes,
kind of,
yeah. Yes.
No, he's on him here.
Watch out for the ejector seat. Yeah, all over the back of the 55 car, Philippe de Crenne in that car, and Antonio Simoes in the very air-cooled 911 2-litre, the number 100. All the way down the field, there are just little battles going on. Another Jordan car there, the number 9 of Matt Home. That car, again, built by Mike and Andrew Jordan up in the Midlands of the UK.
You've been up there a few times, haven't you?
Yeah. It's always fascinating, always stories to hear. And this is a change for the number 100, so up to 7th place. Oh, but close. The guy in the 55 car, Philippe de Crenne, now looks at the back of that car and goes, "Oh, now I see why he's so fast."
He'll be prepping his pit on the radio.
Do you think that for the first race next year, everybody's going to arrive with slightly dodgy clasps on the engine cover, so they all pop up? Interesting how so many of the cars in this race now are in groups of 2 or maybe 3, but there's lots of pairings that are going on. These two, having a great time.
Yeah, nobody wants a lonely race out there. You know, you're on the track. Everyone's there to get a result. There's nothing worse than being stuck in the midfield on your own. You want to be battling it out.
You do, and that's what you've come for, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Close but no cigar there for the number 37 car that Xavier Desraux is pushing as hard as he dare on the Matt Home car, the number 9. But pushing is one thing, passing is another, and I think, would you say he's probably faster? The red car is probably faster.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of enticing corners, aren't there? And if you've got a whisker more speed, it beckons you in to make the move.
Yeah, I think beckoning is a very good word, actually, because it seems as if this whole circuit is beckoning people in and saying, come along, you can go faster than that. And then when you do, it bites you.
But yeah, because obviously it's the same, all the same cars, so you have to be significantly either quicker in your exit or entry to make a difference, I think.
So this is the battle for 4th that we're watching right now, and but we're certainly seeing the number 37 car, Xavier Desraux, is pushing as hard as he dare. I think if he gets past, he will pull away, but it's going to be a challenge, that one. And first stop. Oh, and that's our leader in. And that doesn't look very good news, Nick. That's our leader into the pits. So the 77 car, Mark Sumpter, still at the wheel. And if they were going for a change, I would imagine that we'd be seeing Andrew Jordan being locked into that. But we'll have to keep an eye open for that, and we'll keep an eye open on our timing screens as well, because that car tumbling down the order already. So down to 16th place so far, and still stopped. So don't know what's caused that, but Mark Sumpter sitting a bit dejectedly in the car.
Now, is this the lap?
Is this the lap? Is it going to? And we've seen some good tries on that uphill left-hander. We've seen yesterday several good passes there. Or is it going to be the classic one, which is turn 1? He's not close enough, Nick. He's
not
close
on
enough.
this lap. I don't think so.
But no, 4th and 5th.
Even with a Dan Dare on the brakes, he's not going inside in this lap.
No, because they're identical cars besides anything else. Oh, look at that car squirreling away. under braking. Now, this is what we've been saying about the challenges of, yes, you can say, yes, this is brilliant, but they've got another hour and 5 minutes to run yet, and that even on a comparatively lightweight car like this, that there's going to be a price to pay.
And it's great to see, isn't it? It's great to see the cars get away from them a bit.
Love it. This is so good.
What's great about you is you don't just feel for drivers in endurance races, you feel for the machinery. You're a true petrol head.
Oh, yes. Go and pat the car at the end of the race. It's very much part of it. But yes, Matt Home continuing to hold up Xavier Desraux. When I say hold up, I mean hold off rather than hold up, but just taking a slightly careful line there, not moving all the way over to driver's left, but just making sure that there is no dive down the inside. But this time we see it. Yes, it happens. We were talking about that just a few minutes ago, and we now see that change for fourth place. So it's number 37 Xavier Desraux car, which now has taken over fourth place, and I think probably we'll see a bit of a gap being opened up. Not too much maybe, but just a bit, and that is the number 9 car of Matt Home going to be able to come back at him? Not this time, he isn't. Another change for position now with the yes, he got it done, so that's fine. But here come the leaders again. No, number 9 has not given up, and Matt Home goes down the inside, takes back the lead, and we have the 74 is off into the gravel. Christian Cole. That's a turn up, because he was right up there in second place after the demise of the Sumpter Jordan car. So the 74 second place car is in the gravel and doesn't look like moving anytime soon, so that he's going to be stuck there in the gravel at turn 3 for at the very least a little while. Yellow flags obviously there as well, so we're all change at the front with yellow flag with our previously second place car, number 74, stuck tail in the gravel. That's going to take some moving. I think there is a real chance that we may see a safety car now, and that the 14-second lead which the number 64 car had with Smith and Bryant is going to be wiped out if it's full course yellow they've gone for, which is it may evolve, that one, because I think that they are going to need to look at something different to haul that car up. They're going to have a snatch vehicle on track to be able to get that out. So
it's in there, isn't it?
Yeah, still doing that under a full course yellow. That's there's a lot of tension in there. But 74. It's kept the engine running.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's good. So he's off. He's gone. That's good.
Like a scalded cat.
Yes, scalded cat, very much so. So he's a long way down the race order now in 14th. As I speak, he's just fallen 15th. Here come that lovely battle that we're seeing with Matt Home. We've seen these two change places twice in one lap. Now that the full course yellow is over, it starts again. 37 gets the jump on the. So Desraux has got the jump on Matt Home. Both of these drivers will be driving alone, which is going to be interesting and important. So an hour and a half of single driving it's going to be a challenge in itself, I would have thought.
A challenge, but what we have learned is it means they get 2 bottles of champagne at the end.
They do.
So,
yeah. So it's worth it just for that.
yeah, every cloud.
The order now is the number 64 is in first place, still in first place, with Andrew Smith currently at the wheel, and that he will be handing over to Ollie Bryant in the foreseeable future. That then we have the 116 Bonamy Grimes, and that currently sitting 17 seconds behind that. That's the 116 car, and then the 37 Xavier Desraux, which we've been following closely, and after that the number 9 of Matt Holmes. So that battle continues apace. Here we see the battle for 7th, and it's great when you see the second car just deciding whether there is a space up the inside or whether there isn't. And he's had a couple of moves on that particular strap. Is he going to go for the third time? No, he doesn't. The door is politely but firmly shut.
He's trying to fluster him, isn't he?
Yes.
I'm here. I'm coming past at some point, is I think what he's saying.
Yeah. And we know that does in itself slow down the leading car in any battle, because they have to take a very defensive line, and that it's a great battle that we're going to see here. Again, I think where the 182 Steve Osborne is going to be probably the faster of those two.
Look at that, he's right in the turnout. I remember I had someone behind me once in the MX-5s waving at me for half a lap behind me to try and distract me. And it worked.
They passed you. But yeah, these two, the 42 with Philippe Koenig in it. 182 is going down the outside. Steve Osborne is going to get it done this time, Nick. I'm pretty sure of that. He's politely but firmly.
Yeah. The door was closed.
Yeah, it was very much closed. But I thought he'd got it done that time. When you get that close, you need to take a couple of laps just to take a deep breath and decide exactly where because you played your hand at that point, haven't you? You've said turn 1 is where I think I can pass you, and then if you've been rebuffed, you've really got a problem. But that's a cracking battle for that place, and they're a little way down. They're 6th and 7th.
I think his plan is to come at the end of the straight, just to be so
7th,
far
8th.
to the right-hand side that he's just parking it on the apex.
Yeah.
And then he'll sort of take it from there. Worry about what happens next afterwards.
Yeah, that is a strategy. So close through that uphill left-hander, all the time, every corner. Now he's pushing and pushing, isn't he? But he's not letting up at all. I mean, I just said you take a deep breath and redo it. You don't. These guys aren't. But what we've now seen is that the number 100 car has joined the party. That they were a party of 2, they're now a party of 3, and that the car of Antonio Simoes is now very much up there, which changes everything, because Steve Osborne now has got to start thinking about what's in his mirrors, and we've seen that on this lovely circuit here in Estoril several times already yesterday, where the party was joined by another car who passed the other 2. Now,
this is just like the 60s endurance race, isn't it?
It is.
All over again.
It is. He's going for it again. And here. Oh, yes, look.
Fantastic driving.
This is brilliant stuff. The number 100 Antonio Simoes has got them both. Oh, that was fantastic. And I bet they're both saying, where did he come from?
He will be happy with that.
Oh, yes. Yes, I think there might even be a quick yes in the car as he did it. But yes, that was fabulously done, and quite clearly what we've now got is the Philippe Koenig car, the number 42, to have to think really long and hard about this. In fact, he's losing out, but not. So how come that Antonio Simoes managed to get past both of them, and he's pulling away? He's doing a fabulous job. So that car now up to 7th place. We still have our leader running in splendid isolation. 18 seconds to the good. Oh, and another try. It just needs another meter, doesn't it? And he couldn't shut the door. He certainly needs just to take stock for a lap or two. We've still got just under an hour left to run, guys. So you're fine.
But you can see they're having fun.
Oh goodness, yes.
I want to drive this circuit.
Yes,
I'm sold.
Yep, I think that sounds fun. Under braking there. Oh. Having said that, these are wonderful, marvelous, priceless cars. They are very unusual. There's not many of them around. They've been created for racing, but nobody is actually giving an inch, are they? They're certainly pushing very, very hard.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, is it going to get done this time?
Yes.
Yes, he did. The number 15 car of David Danglars there that we see, with the red and blue stripes, it's a little nod to Brumos Racing.
Yeah, it is a little nod.
Yes, it's not exactly how Brumos would have it, but it certainly is a nod to the Brumos colour scheme.
Oh, he heard you talking about it.
Yes, he did. He
put him
did.
off.
Yeah. He's listening on the radio.
Yeah.
There's only one occasion that I know that happened with Sterling Moss.
Yeah.
At Goodwood in 1960, when he was so far ahead in Rob Walker's 250 short wheelbase Ferrari that he listened to the BBC race commentary on the radio, which I think is quite something.
The good old days.
The good old days. Right, so who are we going to see starting to come in? Are there many people who are going to be looking to do an early stop? Obviously our race leader, Andrew Smith, will be handing over to Ollie Bryant. Ollie has raced pretty much every kind of historic car there is. Certainly learnt from his father Graham, who is a prolific historic racer as well, but Ollie now does most of the family driving. They have some wonderful cars, notably that glorious red and gold AC Cobra that we sadly don't see quite as often as we'd like to. Number 1 having down, the braking, can I get it down? Yes.
That was quite easy for him, I think.
I think it was. But these cars, it's strange, isn't it? They're all identical, effectively, and yet they're all in different colours. They're all very easy to identify, and they just look the part. So this is the battle for 3rd place at home in number 9.
Oh,
I think it was just doing the gentlemanly thing. The pit window is open, but haven't seen anybody yet.
what's been nice so far this weekend is just seeing how, you mentioned gentlemanly, how gentlemanly these guys are. They race very hard, but they're all there to have a great time.
Yes.
And
yes.
it somehow shines through.
You're right. You're right. It's not win at all costs. Let's put it that way. And so much is.
We may be completely wrong. Those cockpits may be full of expletives.
Oh, I think in some ways,
in the heat of battle,
that we have the number 27 car that's out there, which is being driven by Matt Neal. So that's the 17 car. That's Liam from Jordan Racing Team strapping him in.
Isn't he also known as Spanners or something?
No. That's somebody else. But I'll tell you off air.
There is a nickname.
There is a nickname, but not for him. But the at home. 53 is not pointing in the way he should do. Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. This battle still raging and looking absolutely fabulous. Now we're beginning to see those early day pit stops, so I guess in the next 10 minutes we will see everybody come in, but this 37, 9 and 41 battle is absolutely on it. This of course is for third place, let's not forget right now.
Drivers just looking for slightly different lines there, aren't they? If it's not working,
yeah,
change something.
But as I understand it, with these cars, short wheelbase, engine out the back, you do have to commit to a line early in the corner. You can't change direction very well.
Right. Yeah.
So that therefore you need to commit and deliver whatever it might be, because they are very short wheelbase cars. So number 9 now going down the outside, Matt Home thinking about it, but then deciding not. And he really can't play too tight a game, because the 41 car there of Seb Perez is right behind him. And Seb, as I said in our introduction, is a Porsche Carrera Cup driver and has been doing that on the British Touring Car Championship program for several years, and that certainly knows his way around a Porsche.
He's looking for it, isn't he?
Yes. I think once again we perhaps have 3 cars, and the one at the back is the most aggressive, dangerous, call it what you will.
Well, he's got the best view of the action, isn't he?
He has, yeah, and he can suss it out. These two are pushing very hard. Matt Home continues to push very hard. This is, as we say, the battle for third place. So they're not taking any prisoners. This is as we would say in modern parlance, this is a battle for the podium. I call that stuff of that podium has become a verb, to podium. But I won't get on that particular high horse. It's too early in the morning for that.
It's like to place, isn't it?
Yes, I'm going to place. So we're roughly halfway through this race now, and still very much all to play for. We're going to see some driver changes. Not everybody is going to change. Oh, here we go, Nick. Here we go.
That's what he wanted to do, isn't it?
Yeah, he just pulled out of that last turn a bit tighter, side by side. Absolutely flat chat, these two, side by side. I think he's got it done, though, Nick. It's going to be about who can get round the corner.
Yeah.
But back started to come round, but still coming round.
No.
That cost him time. That cost him a lot of time, and it's going to be Matt Home, who I think comes back at him. Yes, he did. He did. So got it done into turn 1, but when all was said and done, Seb Perez couldn't actually keep it on the island well enough.
Front right locking there.
These two absolutely hammer and tongs, and this is without doubt giving the second place car, third place car, a way forward, because these two are scrabbling now, and Seb Perez needed to get that done and dusted, and then to move on up, but he didn't get the chance to do that, and he's got to do it all again. And now we know that Matt Home knows where to look out for, what to look out for.
And this is a treat for the spectators, isn't it? Because it's every corner.
Yes.
They're giving action at every corner.
Aren't they just? And that we're seeing, keep on saying it, but it's no quarter given. You can't do it there. You can't. Oh, that was quite something. Done
there you
there.
go. Oh.
But has he done the same thing? Has he come out of it too slowly? The 37 car is home done and hosed with Xavier Desraux, but yes, 41. The Seb Perez car now has got it dusted. He's got 3 or 4 cars lengths lead, and will now start after Xavier.
And he is going for it,
isn't he? Yes, he is released, isn't he? So Desraux will now start having to look very carefully in his mirrors, because Seb Perez is on a charge. Perez is driving on his own, so he'll be doing all of this on his own. Lovely to see that number 9 car still has its original registration on it, on the back at least. But yeah, so we still have the Smith number 64 in the lead. He's now got a 22-second lead over the 116 Bonamy Grimes car, which then gives us in third place currently the number 37 Xavier Desraux, but I'm not sure that's going to stay that way for long, do you?
No, back from second place, it's so exciting, isn't it? It can change 2-3 times again.
Yeah, and I think your point is that this is just people having fun, and we're just having the opportunity to watch them. It's nothing more than that. These two have been at it, hammer and tongs, the whole race. They've been pushing, and that Philippe de Crenne, who has led, I think, for pretty much all of it, but he's been under constant pressure. Oh, I really want to call that the Brumos number 15, but David Danglard, he's American after all, so...
That's just a coincidence.
You think so? I don't. We'll have to go and find him and ask him. But...
And Seb Perez, not flustered by being the only driver and not doing the change. He's still
look, we've got a change. So Matt Home into the pits now for his compulsory stop. He's driving on his own, so he will just have to sit and wait.
Oh, that was the gift that kept on giving there, wasn't it?
It was. I don't quite understand what that was about, because certainly the 116 car isn't in the mix, but I think perhaps just fancied a bit of a dice.
Yeah, I think he outbraked himself, didn't he?
I think that's the expression, isn't it? Right, we're now going to start seeing our pit stop opportunities, which will be interesting to see, because in some cases, as we've talked about, Matt Home, for example, is going to be stopping on his own, coming back out again. So there we see Seb Perez pushing. When you think that that yesterday we saw a Kramer Porsche 935 K3, which is in some ways the ultimate modification of a 911, and only 13 years after these cars, and almost unrecognisable as a Porsche from what these are. Very, very much typical Porsches. Couldn't be anything else, could they?
No, they're beautiful.
Seb Perez pushing on now in the 41. We have Xavier Desraux is at the front of the leaderboard right now, but he has yet to stop. He owes us a pit stop, as does everybody right the way down to the number 64 is the only person who's actually had the pit stop. That car will now have Ollie Bryant in it. And yes, that's interesting, that it's only 5 minutes that all of these people, all of the top 6 cars have all got to stop in the next 3 laps.
I guess that means they're comfortable. No one's been pushed into an early stop.
But they're all going to be in at the same time and out at the same time, with sometimes new drivers, and it's going to be a good one. So the 37 car, Xavier Desraux, he is actually going to be stopping but not driver changing. And the 116, Barnaby Grimes, another Brit, and that he's also driving on his own. It's a great testament to these cars that, in spite of the immaculate preparation that every one of them has, that they're by and large still running.
Oh, cool. 41 car there, absolutely committed.
Committed, yeah, I think that's a generous way of putting it, perhaps. But Seb Perez is absolutely on it, isn't he? He's really pushing very hard. Once again, these cars do have the benefit of a roll cage in them, so they are very much more stiff than they would have been.
And here we go.
Here we go for the pit stops. A mandatory pit stop for all of them.
What would be the speed limit in the pit lane here?
I don't know, but I would think probably, I don't know, 40 miles an hour perhaps. I don't know, is the honest answer.
So now's the time all of those engine covers will be wedged open for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it's interesting to see those engine covers opened, because we always used to say at Le Mans that if ever in the 24 hours you took the engine cover off, then you were in trouble. That those cars were designed just never to have the engine cover off. But certainly it seems to be fairly standard procedure there. That's Jose Zanqueta and James Turner in the number 19 car. Still going, still battered.
That's a pretty livery, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. It's lovely.
Blue and white.
Right, so now everybody has stopped. So
game on.
Well, yeah, it's going to be half an hour, isn't it? It's going to be half an hour of absolute racing. There's the number 11, 182 Steve Osborne car as well. No, I think that seems to be standard procedure, actually, Nick, of opening the back end and air-cooled engines as well. So you don't want to cook the engine through the heat sink, do you?
Yeah.
So I think it seems that you just open that to make sure that the engine doesn't get too hot whilst it's stopped.
Off he goes.
And back into the race, Bonamy Grimes.
So it's a shame we won't see Andrew Jordan out there. I'm sure he'll be less than pleased, but it's all part of it, isn't it?
It is. Andrew's role is now as much as preparer and team manager as it is driver. He obviously British touring car champion in 2013, but and a very fine driver. But he will be managing all of those Jordan cars that are out there. You can always tell the Jordan cars they have a particular letter style for their numbers, which are sort of
okay,
italic.
Do they?
Yeah.
Right, I'll look out for those.
Yeah. So if you look at Matt Holmes' car, which is a Jordan car, look at the number 9, and you can tell that they're that. But we're now reasonably settled down. Ollie Bryant there, you see, in 4th place. So, lot to do. The order currently is Matt Home in the lead, and I think we're seeing that as being a good lead from the second place 116 of Bonamy Grimes. So those cars less than 2 seconds apart, but the way that Matt Home has driven so far, I think it's a good place to be. I'm sure Bonamy Grimes has a different angle on that. 55 is in 3rd place.
Completely different lines there.
This is the battle for 3rd. So,
yeah, look at that. And through he goes.
So that's Ollie Bryant now in that car, and he will be pushing hard up the road. He's got time to win this race, but he's going to have to go like mad to do it. And if anybody can do that, Ollie Bryant can. So just keep an eye on that 64 car. Andrew Smith did a brilliant job in the first part of it, but Bryant will now be after the 116 Bonamy Grimes car a little bit further up the road.
I'm glad you went for go like mad there. I wonder what you're going to insert in there. The clappers, very soft. Oh,
that's not good. That's definitely pointing the wrong way. Pascal Duhamel is there with a very confusing number set on the side of the car, but he is number 44. Philip de Crenne, our erstwhile leader, now down in 4th place. But I think all eyes now really should be on the Ollie Bryant attack, because he will be pushing as hard as he can after Bonamy Grimes. So that is the 64 trying to close down the 116. A little way to go yet, but and Bonamy Grimes is still only 2.5 seconds behind our leader Matt Home. So
it's not much, is it?
No. So to sum it up, you've got 3rd place closing down on 2nd, and 2nd being only two and a bit seconds behind 1st. So with half an hour to run, once again, we've gone through the situation of a brilliant race, lots of place changing, lots of things happening, But it's actually all going to come down to this last half hour, isn't it now?
Yeah, you couldn't write it.
You couldn't. Thank you, Peter Auto, for doing this, because it's a great series.
It's a joy.
Yeah. And it's also nice that we don't have lots of outlandish colours, modern colour schemes or anything. Even the racing colour schemes are pretty traditional 60s.
Pastels and neutrals.
Keep an eye open on just for the sheer fun of it. The
always having a look there. The 27 car.
Yeah, that's the 44 that went off or spun just a few minutes ago. Keep an eye open for the number 10 car, which is Chris Ward, who's 10th place car, the number 42. But yeah, look at that British Racing Green Porsche. Now that's not something that you think about very often, is it?
Looks right though.
It does. Yeah, I've got a love of green Ferraris, and I can't tell you why. But
Yeah, I know you said that. Yeah. I have a love of black Lamborghinis, but that's sort of Cannonball Run.
yeah, that's your misspent youth. Go into the last half hour of this race proper. These cars, and you're absolutely right that there are some different lines being taken these cars, which is interesting.
Yeah, it seems to be that there's the flustering line, isn't there?
Yes.
Letting your opponent know you're behind them. But that's great to see. that drift.
Yeah. Those drifts like that are always best watched tails away, aren't they? As the cars go away from you, and you can see just how much of an angle there is between the car and the track.
And just how dedicated the drivers are.
Yeah. We still wait for. That's the 15, David Danglard, who's down in 5th place. I agree with you. It would have been very nice to have seen Mark Sumpter and Andrew Jordan in the mix for this. And very uncharacteristically, that car has fallen by the wayside.
I guess with these old Porsches, sometimes there's things that go and break that just go and break. I mean, there's only so much you can do to safeguard against that.
Yeah. We haven't seen on screen the number 27 car, but that's now got Matt Neal in it, who is also a former British touring car champion, and now runs the Team Dynamics cars in BTCC and a very successful wheel business as well, aftermarket wheel business. The Christian Cole, they're doing a nice, neat pass on the Stephen Edwards, and that is Matt Neal in that car. So he's...
Again, another great battle, isn't it?
Yeah. Matt no longer drives in touring cars, just manages the team, but a very, very tough peddler in his time. So very much somebody who you need to be very sure of your lines before you try and attack a car driven by Matt Neal. But still, we have that lead. It's 2.9 seconds now between first and second. But now we're looking at a really, really hard charge happening with our third place car, the number 64. with Ollie Bryant. Done a fastest lap. He's not taking prisoners. And what was I saying about Matt Neal? He's pushing on. I just think we're probably into the stage now of these cars just getting a bit short of brakes, a bit short of tyres. That the clever drivers and the clever people on the pit wall as well will have decided what the early strategy was, so that they had enough car left at the end of it all to do the best out of it.
I guess we're going to see drivers, the better drivers, or the more experienced drivers, rise to the top as conditions get harder.
Yeah. Talking of which, there's Matt Neal, so that's good.
Good case in point.
Yeah. And famously, the Aston Martin team manager in the 50s, John Wyer, would sit down with a slide rule, as he did in those days, not a calculator, before Le Mans every year, and would decide what would need to be the average lap time to win the race. And he would tell his drivers, I don't want you going out doing 3 seconds a lap faster than that, because you don't need to, and you'll break the car.
Wow.
That go out and do whatever it would have been, 4 minutes 12, and that will be enough. So there's Perez getting a bit hairy for Larry. What were we saying about tyres, Nick? So that was.
It's not the first time we've seen those fronts lock up, is it?
No. So a nice pass there, though, by Seb.
Again, he makes it look effortless,
doesn't he? Which isn't fair. But I would imagine that, and we always talk about the engine hanging out of the back behind the back wheels, and therefore it's the pendulum effect and things, but there can't be much weight on the front of the car. And you haven't got anything up there. You haven't even got a radiator up there. So yeah, that would perhaps explain why you're seeing the locking wheels, particularly at this stage in the race. The lead is pretty constant now, sitting down at 2.5 seconds. It's number 9 from number 116. So it's still Bonamy Grimes in second place, but in third place we now have, or still have, the 64 car with Ollie Bryant at the wheel, and that is coming down a lot. So we need to keep an eye on that battle between 116 and 4 when we get once. I mentioned earlier on about the fact that the roll cages in these cars will make the car much stiffer, but the organisers, Peter Auto, are clever people, because that is part of the specification of the car. You can't design and build your own roll cage, which perhaps will give you an advantage over others, that it is a standard roll cage that you have to weld into the car. So they're really making sure that these cars are as equal as they possibly can be.
What was the story you once told me about a formula where I can't remember which one it was, but they actually made a car that was slightly smaller?
Oh, that was in NASCAR. That was Smokey Unick was the man's name.
Still, I think that's the greatest story I've ever heard in motorsport.
7/8 of the size of what it should have been, and the other one, Smokey Unick was a great bender of rules, let's say, and somebody said that he was using a fuel tank that was too big, and so the scrutineers brought him in, and after the race they took the fuel tank out to check the measurements, and it was exactly right. And then the mechanic put the fuel tank in the back of the car and drove off, which kind of gives it away a bit.
Brilliant.
There's David Danglard in the Brumos Porsche. I just love saying that. That's all it is. With Francisco Carniero and Joao Canas. Haven't seen anything from the Santanas and the Diablo.
No.
The 23 car. 2 Satans.
Well, they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't.
Oh, it's taking you an hour.
That was poor. I admit that was poor.
Yeah, I laid that challenge down an hour ago, and you've only just come up with it. So it is going to be all about these last 20 minutes now, but this battle for 4th place. Feel fairly spread out, but spread out in pairs, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But Seb Perez continuing apace in his number 41 car.
David Danglard there, right on the back.
Yeah, this is a good battle. And so this is for 4th place. So it's there's a lot of pride in this one.
Yeah.
Danglard hasn't actually, I don't think, yet had a lunge for 4th. He's played a waiting game.
Yeah, scoping it out.
I'd like to think so, but oh look, that was a strange line. But
he wasn't scoping there.
He wasn't scoping, no. But I suppose with 18 minutes left to run, he needs to be thinking about where he's going to make his move and how, and if he's going to make his move, because he's almost fast enough. And we've seen in this race and previously this weekend some situations where the second car in a group of 2 is obviously faster than the first. This I don't think is the case. I think they're very close, and Philippe Ducren is just driving his race. He's not having to be obstructive at this point. So this is where you have to do it, and he's not close enough. He needs to be tucked right up behind that Philippe Ducren car, and he's gaining a bit now. He's going down on the inside. Is he close enough? It's going to be very, very close. It's all going to be about the brakes at this point. Oh, and isn't it about the brakes? Oh, that was amazing.
I've never seen anything like it.
Well held. And that really was the front overtaking the back, overtaking the front. It was incredible. And I thought he was going to take them both out at one stage.
Last of the late breakers doesn't sum that up. That was borrowed time, wasn't it?
That was borrowed time. Yeah. So do you think he now has that thought that says I could do this, or does he think, no, I think I'll settle actually for 5th?
But what's annoying for him is that was from such a long way back that if he could just get a bit closer, he knows he's only got to do that again or slightly less to make it stick.
That's easy for us to say sitting behind the microphone. There's the number 9 car, our leader, and you see what I mean about the italic numbers on the side of the car?
I missed it actually, but I will be sure to look.
But you'll see it now. Ollie Bryant is right there now, so this is the battle for the lead, and Bryant is always going for the lead now. That Matt Holm says, no, I've worked for this for the last hour and a quarter. I'm not giving it up straight away, but it's the 64 car with Ollie Bryant at the wheel that's really, really pushing. This is a change for the lead is very much on the cards.
He's close.
He is close enough, very much close enough. He slicks back into the slipstream. That's clever driving there. He's going to make the very most of this. Pushes the Matt Home car over to the driver's right. He's going to have to go around the outside. Can he get that done? Hard on the brakes for both of them. No hystericals, please. No, they do it, but once again, Matt Home says, no, I've worked for this, thank you. But Ollie Bryant clearly wants this win. And watching them now as they come back down towards us into turn 3. Bryant taking a tighter line, and comfortably so. He's not hanging the back out. He's really doing exactly what he needs to do. I think probably we'll see a rerun into turn 1 of that overtaking manoeuvre, because
we're yet to see anybody go around the outside there.
No, that's true. That's true. But absolutely nothing in it. And what a perfect circuit for these 2-litre Cup cars. They really suit it, and it suits them. But every time you look, you think, oh, is he close enough? And then you think, no, he's probably not. I think it's going to be into turn 1, Nick, that we're going to see the change. With Matt Home will be very aware of that. So let's see when he comes out of the last corner, does he once again keep well over to driver's right to make Ollie go around the outside? But we know, and we've seen it in this race particularly, with these tail happy cars, that can compromise your way out.
He's close.
Oh, very close, very close. Yes, this is it.
You
This is
can't
the way
get
he's
closer
done it.
than that.
He's got that done. Yes, it's going to be into turn 1, side by side. But Ollie Bryant has, I think, got this done. He's got the line that Matt is not going to be able to close the door on Ollie as they get right up to turn 1. That's a beautiful move.
Yeah.
That hats off. Give that man a medal the size of the church clock. That was beautifully done. And
well, it was done before the straight, wasn't it?
yeah, as they came out of that last corner, he just tucked in, driver's right, and that he'll now move away gently. So we have just 13 minutes left to run in this race, and Ollie Bryant, our new leader, with Matt Home in second place, having done a brilliant job of leading this race. Certainly from an early start, when we saw the Andrew Jordan Mark Sumpter car pull in, we knew that was not going to be a winner. So that was interesting. You see that Ollie Bryant there, he didn't do the Dan Dare bit down the inside of that car that he was lapping. He made absolutely sure that he'd been seen.
Yeah, it was measured.
Yeah, that no desperation, in spite of the fact that Matt Home is not that far behind. I mean, he's far enough that he's not a threat right now, but had there been a coming together with the other car, Matt Home would have been straight through once again. And there we see. I wonder what his thought process is right now, that he's lost it with a quarter of an hour left to go.
Well, he's under a second behind, so it's not the end of not the end of days.
It's not the end of days, but let's not forget that the 116 Bonamy Grimes car is not a million miles behind, and that he's sitting within sight of Matt Home's car. This is still going on. Look at that. Oh, have they had fun? Yep, I think I'll have another go. Not quite so hard on the brakes this time. Oh, Yes,
Oh,
side by
is there?
side by side through turn one. No, he's not. No, he's not.
No.
He got squeezed out again. But yeah,
He should get a medal at the end of the day for that late breaking. Oh, impact.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Philip de Cren, that was an unforced error, or it was certainly there was no contact, but
A forced error.
But that's the end of that battle, and sadly,
It was a whack, wasn't it?
it was a whack. And I don't think that he's going to get going again. It looked as if there was enough crumpled Zuffenhausen metal that it was not going to get back on track. But we'll see. We have a yellow flag now for that because the car will be stopped. Yeah, that's stopped. I think he's just waiting instruction from the marshals. It's the dreaded turn 3 once again.
That's a shame for him. He drove very nicely.
Was, and it just got away from him coming out of turn 2. And that there was nothing much he could do. These cars, as you've said, Nick, they have their own character. And I think that's what we had with that. So he's obviously been told by the marshals what to do. He'll now be out of the car. Bother, he says. So we still have the yellow. I'm not sure whether they'll leave that car there or bring it on. The number 19 car with lots of movement on it. Ooh, nice move here. 48 and 27. That's Matt Neal taking a very, very nice turning those two corners into one.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh. Yes, and I'm afraid that there Franck Julien just had to give best to Matt Neal. But that's done and dusted. He's on his way now for 10th place. And it's great when we see people like Matt just going out and doing this for fun. I mean, his job is motor racing. His job is the British Touring Car Championship, and he runs two cars in that, and they are very competitive cars, and they are at the front. And yet, here he is doing this. Which is,
his love shines through.
Which is interesting because there is actually a BTCC final round at Brands Hatch today. So he's left that to the team to do, to come and play racing cars. So all credit to him. That's a petrol head.
Yeah,
that's a petrol head that says no, you know what you're doing. That's also a very good manager that says you know what you're doing.
Allow people to do their jobs.
Yep. When Matt was driving, of course, the team was run by his dad, Steve Neal, who, in his own right, was a very good mini racer back in the 60s. So it's kind of DNA, isn't it? Well, look at this for a battle that the number 15 has escaped from his previous clutches, David Danglard there, but he's now got the 37 car right behind him. Xavier Desraux, he was at one time leading this race when we went through the pit stop phase, but this looks like a change of place here. Nick, if you ask me,
it's on the fourth. It's on the cards.
For fourth place, is it? Because that's fourth, fifth, and sixth, all in the same shot. Oh, now we know what happens when you get on the brakes. Though we've seen that. It's always very off-putting when you have a moment like we saw David Danglard have earlier on, when you see your own tyre tracks where you've had a spin or whatever down the inside. Oh, and
that could have been a bit of contact there, slightly perhaps.
I think they
got away with
it. But yes, laying a marker down that says I am not going to be a pussycat to pass.
Yeah. David Danglard, with that late braking, someone's going to come past them there at the end of the straight. They have got to, leave it so late.
Yeah, and we'll look behind. We have a change. I'm not sure that there isn't a problem there.
Yeah, there is. He's fallen way back.
He seemed to pull over to driver's right. I'm talking about the number 37 Xavier Dero car. Now, whether he was just making way and saying, "You have a go," who knows? But it now certainly seems as if the Zanchetta-Turner car has been released to go after fourth place.
It's falling back, I think.
Just a bit, but only marginally. But that's interesting because now Danglars, I won't say he's comfortable by a very, very, very long way, but he is. The pressure is off just a bit, and we have 5 minutes of this race left to run. So we're looking. Depends where the leader is in the lap, but we've probably got 3 laps left to run, and that this could be a hectic few laps, a hectic 3 laps. Yeah, 15 and 19 are now in the battle for fourth place. And that number 19 car, which has been driven by Zanchetta and James Turner, that started right at the back of the grid. So all credit to them for that. Oh, look, he's right on it now. He is now in a position that he's going to let it be known. I would like that fourth place, if you please. Second place, we still have Matt Home. And all the last minute plans will now be putting into place. No pit to car radio or anything like that with these cars. It is Oh, I like that. The hand out of the window.
Thank you.
Yep. Put your car in a difficult position and then say thank you. It's a bit like pulling out in a queue in front of a London taxi, isn't it?
Yeah. And then calmly put your hazards on. Say thank you. Yeah. That'll go down great.
Yeah. Seb Perez, who's had a great race, I have to say.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch.
But Christian Cole is right up with him now, and yeah. Look! This is the 37 car, Xavier Dero, coming back now. He said, "Right, I let you through. You've had your chance."
He's got his mojo back.
He has. He's got mojo, and then some. Oh, look at this! These are going to be side by side into turn 1 again, with our very battered number 19 car, Zanchetta and Turner. He's got that done though, Nick.
Yeah, this is helping David Danglars as well, slightly in the closing stages.
Well, no, he hasn't got it done.
No, well defended.
That was very, very well defended. And yes, you're absolutely right. That's done Danglars no harm at all. He'll be very happy to look in his mirror and see those two.
This isn't over. This isn't over.
Oh no. I suppose there is that thought process that says, I'm in for a new wing anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
there's a bit of damage on that.
Yeah. But there's Ollie Bryant on perfect drive.
Yeah.
Andrew Smith did a very good job. Ollie Bryant has done a brilliant job, as he so often does.
Great team effort.
Yeah, it was the classic of putting your fastest driver in second. So, yes, he's very much now on the countdown. Nothing's going to get in his way. So, yes, first we have the Bryant number 64. Second, we have Matt Home, who we haven't seen much of for a little while, but this will be the final lap. with a minute and 12 seconds left to run. So Ollie will be just stroking that home now, and that, yeah, Matt Home will, I think he will understand that he gave best to the faster car driver combination. Third is going to be the 116 of Bonamy Grimes. And then fourth probably is going to be David Danglard, but I'm not sure.
No, you're brave.
Yeah. Interesting that registration number on that car is SXI 901, because these cars, these very first Porsche 911s, were called the Porsche 901, and that it was Peugeot who knocked on Porsche's door and said, we have registered everything with an O in the middle, or a 0 in the middle, as names for our Peugeots, so you can't have a 901. So Porsche said, okay, we'll call it 911 then, and that is why we have the 911 ever since, because if it hadn't been for Peugeot, they would still be Porsche 901s.
And that's cool. Sounds in.
You are probably right. So, yeah, that you and I have seen Ollie Bryant race all over the world, in Goodwood, at Daytona, at Sebring, in Europe, at Le Mans Classic. He's done all of those things, hugely experienced and very, very quick. Coming up now to take the checker flag, a very, very deserving winner. Well done to Ollie Bryant.
Well done
for
him.
That was good. Looked after the car. Didn't do too much in the way of heroics.
Look at this action.
There's Matt Home crossing the line. And yeah, there's all those battles down the field.
At this.
Talking of battles down the field now.
Yeah, and David Danglard still up front, just.
Is he going to...
Can he hold it? Can he hold it? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. Now that is well deserved too. Yeah. That is very well deserved. That he's done a great job. So that,
and he's happy with that,
isn't he? David Danglard, number 15, and he will finish in 4th place. 3rd place was the 116 Bonamy Grimes car. There is the Peter Gork Yves Berger Swiss-entered car. Bit of a lonely race for him. But sometimes you want a lonely race. Sometimes you're just happy to go out there and drive around. Yeah.
Some happy pedallers.
Yeah. 1st and 2nd. Look at that. Isn't that nice to see them side by side? You know that there will be the look across from one to the other and the thumbs up. Well done. Yeah. Great race. That's the 2-litre cup brought to us by Peter Otto, and hugely successful European series races throughout Europe and beyond, and that it's now in its probably 4th year, I think, but I'm guessing, but very, very successful. These cars beautifully prepared. They are challenging enough that for an amateur driver they keep them very much on their toes. But they're real back to basic historic racing cars. I think in some ways they are the most genuine historic racing cars that you can find. And none of them is pretending to be something it's not. They've all been rebuilt as racing cars. The cars themselves are immaculately put together, but they're all to that high standard. Many congratulations to the Historica team, who are the people who built that car, and that again very well respected in historic circles. But there you see Ollie Bryant, who will get out with his trademark Union Jack inspired crash helmet. It's slightly different because it's all metallic red and metallic blue, but nonetheless, he'll be a
nod to the Union Jack.
A nod to the Union, a nod in your hat. Thank you, marshals, he says. Thank you. And that's
no pom-poms today.
No, I haven't seen a pom-pom. Saw pom-poms last night. I think that was at turn 1, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's early. They may make an appearance.
They're working up to a pom-pom. So there we have it. The number 9 JRT car and the Bonamy Grace.
And again, those cars looking pristine.
Yes, that's true. So there we have Andrew Smith, and you see what I mean about the metallic Union flag. Isn't that great to see? Isn't that just great? Everybody hugs. These are competitors who've been nip and tuck for the last hour and a half, and they greet each other with a hug.
They'll be discussing that race late into the evening.
Over several beers, I think. Knowing several of those people there, I think it will be over several beers.
But it was a great race, and that late braking by David Danglard. Are we doing driver of the race? Are we doing that? Because if so,
yeah,
a definite mention for David there.
Yeah, I think you're right. That catch of the day.
Catch of the day. All right, we'll go with catch of the day.
Because he certainly managed to get that back, and I thought that was all over, not just for him but for both of them at that point. That a fabulous 20 car grid, and that they were very, very happy people. Look a bit warm though. So let's just revisit the race and have a look at some of the highlights. The start was, I won't say chaotic, that's an overstatement, but busy, undoubtedly. There's the number 64 car, which did so well. The early running was led by the 77 car of Mark Sumpter and Andrew Jordan. We there see the characteristics of the early 911s. There's the movable aerodynamic device that we talked about with the engine cover open on that number 100 of Antonio Simoes. Lots and lots of outbraking, particularly into turn 1. The rather sad-looking number 19 of Zanchetta and Turner, which actually came good in the end. Track limits T7. We didn't hear about that, but nonetheless, that is an important thing to watch out. These cars, they allow the drivers to corner side by side. There's your catch of the day. Oh. Actually, it looks even worse when you see it the second time.
That was better than I remember it.
That was left, right. The cross for first place. That we saw Matt Holm do his very best, but it was Ollie Bryant who was not going to be held back by that. In the last few laps, he just pulled away gently but firmly, and these Porsches don't like seeing that bit very much. But the 55 car of Philippe de Crenne suffered there. That yes, everything that we have said about David Danglard. He must have had a brilliant race in that red, white, and blue.
Well, you saw it, didn't you, as he crossed the line?
Yes, he was a very happy boy, and we're going to see. I hope that this is him crossing the line in 4th place. Yes, he says, I did it. So a great way to start our racing today. The 1.5 hour 2 litre cup from Peter Auto. And no, look, not a mark, look, Nick. Not a mark.
Even the wheels. Even the wheels.
Everything is absolutely perfect. So, yeah, that's very much a testament to those people.
They are great wheels as well, aren't they? As you mentioned.
Yeah, original wheels, and I mean, they just look right. Those cars just look right, and I'm delighted for all of that. We will now be moving on to the Endurance Racing Legends cars as being the next ones out, and as I say that right on cue, cars are out on track. All credit to the team at Race Control here at Estoril for the way they've managed this, that they're on a very, very tight timetable, and that as soon as one race finishes, they're back out with the next. Endurance Racing Legends, that these are the cars that we saw yesterday as well. The two MGs were the ones that won. MG Lolas, should I say, given their proper title, built by Lola, financed and powered by MG at the time, going back 18 years. It doesn't seem like 18 years, but it was. And Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant standing there proudly on the top step. Interesting that second and third were both single drivers. So those men are as fit as butcher's dogs in their own way, aren't they? But 3 Union flags hanging over the podium, and everybody's spraying the champagne today. We talked about this yesterday, Nick, didn't we?
Yeah, no, that's what we want to see.
Yep. So good bit of that, and yes, it's the spray and the swig.
Yeah.
And yeah, Ollie Bryant, deserved winner there with Andrew Smith up on the top step there. Yeah, everybody up on the top step. Ollie's held a few trophies in his time, so this will not be anything new to him. Thank you very much, he says. Off they go. Only, of course, one class in this race. So we've only got the amateurs and the pros, but
so that was the championship wrapped up, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it was.
Very happy people, I'm sure.
We will shortly be moving across to the Endurance Racing Legends cars that we're now going to be seeing out on track doing their sighting lap. This is again a proper Legends race, 40 minutes. And yesterday we saw the MG Lolas finish first and second. Although this is a two-car race, a two-driver race, should I say, potentially we only have 3 people who are doing that. Everybody else is a single driver. So we have the MG Lolas with Christian Gleisel is in one, the German driver, and then the second MG, which was in second place yesterday as well. But let's see just how we go with that. Race 2 for today.
Couldn't be more different as well, could it?
No, it couldn't, could it? So here's your grid. Gleisel and Mike Newton in the 25. This is the finishing order from yesterday. Julia from Eret, and then further down Christian Traber from Steve Osborne in the number 88 car. That's when we get down to the Porsches. Stefan Reutmeier in the number 86 Porsche, and Pierre Duhamel. The further down the order, the number 70 Paul Phillips Porsche 997. So these cars will do a a lap behind the safety car and then a rolling start. Rolling start being deemed as being a bit safer than a standing start for these which are amongst the fastest cars that we're going to see here this weekend. Fastest will obviously be the Formula One cars. I'm looking forward to seeing them after lunch. That will be an exciting thing. The two MGs there on the front row, one of them is the car. Let me start that again. They're both ex-factory MGs. They were commissioned from Lola, paid for and powered by MG engines, and they were run in the World Sports Car Championship by MG, and ran in a very attractive grey with vivid green livery.
I remember that, yeah.
And yeah, they were good-looking cars, and that they did that. They were then sold, and the Dyson Racing team bought one from them and raced it in the US, where it was very, very successful and actually won the championship. And that we then had the other car was bought by Mike Newton, who is the same Mike Newton who is driving it today. That's the American car, which is sponsored by Thetford Photographic Products. And next to him on the front row will be Mike Newton, who is driving it himself. Now there's the Chevrolet that we talked very briefly about. It's called the Cannibal Chevrolet IMSA.
And that's an American colour scheme, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it just? Yeah, it's Days of Thunder, isn't it?
It is.
And it's very much an American design too. That it does what it says on the tin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you so much for bringing it, because that is great to see. So grid is cleared, and we'll now be doing our lap behind the safety car. Safety car gets on its way. Off they go, starting in race finishing order from yesterday. So the Julie car was the number 60 Julie car, the Keeler Chevron 71, the blue car with the yellow sign on the front, was in third place. And then we have in the main the production-based cars. And I use that term fairly loosely because it is production-based, but they are built as race cars. And we've got the Porsches and the Ferraris and a couple of TVRs, which was...
loving the Texaco livery as well.
Yeah. Yes, it's strange. We talked yesterday about the sponsorship of Formula One, which seems to have been almost exclusively beer or cigarettes.
Well, it's all vape products now, isn't it? It's all electric.
Is it? I wouldn't know a vape product if I fell over one.
Well, the sponsorship hasn't worked on you then, has it?
No, it hasn't. No, don't think it's aimed at me. But no, I wouldn't know a vape brand if my life depended on it.
Well, I shan't name one now.
No, don't. But so is that what? Do they appear on Formula One cars?
Yeah, almost everybody. It's all it's cryptocurrencies and vape products is the new norm.
Yeah, I know the cryptocurrencies. I can understand that, but take me back to beer and cigarettes. So cars now on their pace lap. They'll be coming back into our view. That'll be an interesting battle to see the TVR versus the Cannibal, won't it? That will be two. Would it be unfair to say unsubtle cars?
Yeah. They both look very purposeful, don't they?
Yeah, built to race. Then we have the speedy Argo at the back of the grid. That car didn't finish the race yesterday, and so
great shot of the spectators there as well. It's picking up about 20 degrees out there now, so very mild, very, very pleasant.
You can see why people want to be at Estoril, can't you?
Absolutely.
What a way to finish the season. These 911s of varying different vintages that we go from around the turn of the century. Still say that, but sort of 1998 onwards. Safety car will be pulling in now. There he goes. So the grid should form up in a reasonable order, and the race director has the right to say yes or no. He's going to say yes, I think. We have red lights still, waiting for the green. Long wait, that's a long wait. Green, we're off, we go. It's going to be the two MGs who are going to battle it out. Is Mike Newton going to be able to do something about this and go around the outside on the first lap? No, he's not. And no, it's and we very nearly saw the Ferrari into third place there.
Love it.
How did that happen?
If there's a gap, take it.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes,
he's still absolutely going for it.
Yeah, there's no quarter asked nor given for that. But no, it's not to be. The three prototypes are out at the front. So it's MG Lola, and then we have the Keeler chevron. Look at this. We saw Ferrari versus Porsche all day throughout the race yesterday, and we're seeing it again today.
We also saw the TBRs gravitate towards each other, so let's see if that pans out again.
Yes, that's one to look for. Don't put it in the gravel. Thank you. We don't want it.
Very tidy, wasn't it?
It was. So three prototypes out front. The Marc Julie car in third place, which is a bit of a concoction made out of a chevron into a Keeler K2. And just look at those Porsches in relation to what we've just seen, Nick.
There's a vague family resemblance.
There is. And I think we just had a change for the lead there, just out of shot. But
I think so.
I think that Mike Newton has probably gone down the...
Yeah,
that's... So reverse from yesterday, Mike Newton pushing on in the car that he's owned since he raced it in the World Sports Car Championship in period. So... whether that's going to stay, I really don't know. We have a compulsory pit stop in this race as well, although none of our leaders are actually going to be changing drivers. But we have a number of different classes throughout this race. This is a battle now forming at the front. But I think it's Christian Gleisel is without doubt saying no. This isn't in the script.
And this is something we didn't see yesterday,
isn't it? Yeah. Yes, Mike Newton was in second and really probably was having trouble closing Gleisel down. But this time the boot is very much on the other foot, and that the original Dyson car, the Thetford car, is in second place.
And how good are these cars at following?
Good question. They're very heavily aerodynamic. They are flattish floors, so they should be okay to follow. That it's going to be difficult once you get right under that rear wing in front of you. I would have thought that this would have to be a side by side rather than a big slipstreaming job.
He's close.
Yes, I mean, that's exactly what I mean. I think it's going to have to be a dive, right? Yes, and a dive.
He's pushing him around that corner.
Look at that. Interesting, isn't it? Those two cars, identical design, and I'm sure there are some subtleties that are different in them, but the Newton car, the one that's in the lead, is not as quick through the twisty bits as the Glacial car in second place, and that it's Glacial who's pushing there. Going to be interesting to see the last corner of the lap, because if Glacial gets a good exit onto the start-finish line, then he's well set up for turn one. Doesn't even need it. Look, straight down the inside. Mike Newton doesn't fight that. He's quite happy to see that happen. Not going to do anything stupid. So it's now Glacial from Newton, with Julie in third place, but dropping back a bit in the Keeler. Then we have the Porsche parade with the number 22 car, Sebastian Glaser, is leading that group, and they're not that behind, that far behind.
No, they're holding
the Julie car. The beauty of driving any of these Porsches like this, designed for this kind of racing, they're pretty much bomb-proof. They can be driven at 99% from day one, and they'll keep on going. There's TVR, and the second TVR with the Texaco sign on the front is just 2 places behind that. But in the middle, we have the Mosler, which had a challenging race, shall we say, yesterday. Went off at one point and was stuck partly in the gravel at one place. But there we see the 115 Matthew Holben car.
The width of those spoilers looks fantastic, doesn't it, on those 911s?
Yeah, they're very much built to the rules of the time.
It's the scale electric look, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, racing 911s have, some of them have been very much cars of production base, others less so. It's a great car, I love that. So that's the Gerard McQuillan, ex-Gerard McQuillan Porsche, the yellow one. As I said yesterday, driven at Le Mans by Nick Adams, the one-time World C2 champion with Chamberlain Engineering, when he drove a Spice. But the car now, number 12 car, involved in that lovely battle for 12th. 3 very different cars there.
Isn't it just? Yeah.
And they couldn't be more different.
Yeah.
One Porsche with all that we know about Porsches, the Mosler, which is kind of a racing car, going down the inside. Is he going to get it done? No, he's not. Closed nicely. There we see a retirement, but I can't see what retirement that is. But yeah, lovely battle going on track.
Who's that?
That's the number 80 car, one of the Porsches. But that's looking a bit desolate, parked there in pit road. But, yeah, flying.
jumping out at you, is it?
No. I'm sure if you really know your Porsches, it does jump out at you, but I don't. That is a classic drive at the front there. That you've got. He's not taking slow lines that are going to compromise him. He's just doing what he needs to do, and that he's just in the way, not leaving any apexes open, although he did there. This is always going to be the one. It's going to be down this long straight, and you see
Too far back, I would think.
Yeah, I think so. And perhaps that was why he left the apex well on his right on that last corner, to make sure that he got a really good slingshot onto the straight. I don't know, but these two, great battle for fourth place between Glaser and Reutmeier. And still out at the front we have the two MG Lolas back in their previous positions of Christian Gleisel and Mike Newton. Third is in between them and this battle that we now see. We still have the Chevron based prototype. But this battle can run for the next 24 minutes, can't it? That's
what's nice is that there's a big enough gap between the ages of the cars that they are a bit different, very different to what we just saw in the last race, where all of the 911s were of the same period. There's going to be points in the circuit where one's quicker than the other, and vice versa. So long may it last.
Yeah. I think once again we're in a position where the 22 car is perhaps not the fastest combination of car and driver if they were on independent laps, but Reutmeier in the 86 car probably would be fractionally faster, but fractionally, and there's really nothing in it between these two. Either somebody makes a mistake or there is a damned air moment, which is a possibility. It's too early in the race yet, with this 40-minute race.
I didn't want to be that guy, but I do actually know that the Porsche is a 986.
You are that guy.
It's one of your peeves, but there you go.
There's the TVR doing its stop with Mike Jordan, Michael Caine, and Tim Sugden's names on the top of the car. That's the team that ran it at Le Mans. They are the people who drove that car at Le Mans, and all credit to them for that. And it's great to see that car still out and about. The pit stops are obviously well in order now. We saw the MG Lolas actually stop very late yesterday, didn't we? Because we were worried about whether they were actually going to miss the pit stop window, but eventually they did. Now we've seen that pit window open graphic now come on. Does that mean that the cars that were in the pits were in there too early? I am thinking that it runs with 25 minutes left to run.
Yeah, I think they were okay. Yeah. I think it was just a late graphic.
Oh, this is close, but there again, Glaser is perhaps just a little bit faster in a straight line. That maybe the arrow on the Glaser car is just that little bit quicker, and that the Reutmeier car behind him maybe sticks to the road a bit better, passing the Argo, one of the few Group C cars in this race. Argos were built in Norfolk in England, and that were They were never up there with the spices as great Group C2 cars, but they were good nonetheless, and had a good life. Look, watching that Glacier car under braking there, he's really pushing it, isn't he? He's it was beginning to wander considerably.
This may be a bit of a picking a moment, I think, now.
I think you're right. And let's not forget that there are 20 cars out there, 18 other cars out there, and there will be some lapping and some overtaking and general traffic to contend with. There's the Cannibal. And
just love it. It looks great.
It reminds me a little bit of a Paynos.
Right.
You know, that sort of uncompromising front-engine V8 thing. The DeWalt TVR now closing the Cannibal down. And still this goes on. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Nick, that it's going to be pick your moment when something else is happening in front of you, or
which is the opposite to this battle we see now, where I think he's just going to go for it as soon as it comes up.
Yes, I think you are almost certainly right.
A little puff of smoke there.
Was that a tyre locking up?
I don't know.
No, it's hard to know. But not short of sponsorship on that car, Imperium, were they? Jason Clegg's TVR Tuscan T400R. But pushing on. It's to our eyes as Brits, seeing an open top racing car with left-hand drive is slightly strange. And I know that these days prototypes tend to be left-hand drive because the driver sits so low in the car, third place car into the pits, that you sit so low in the car now that you need to sit to the left so that you can see the right-hand corners across the front of the car. Whereas in days of yore, you sat to the right so that you could sight the apex more easily. So both of the leaders have stopped. There they are, looking unruffled and unhurried. Our leaders stop.
Everything's under control there, isn't it?
It is, and they will have had the meeting that says when they come in, this is what we do. You stand with your hands in your pockets. Interestingly, the Cannibal is pulling away from the TVR, which I thought would possibly have been the other way.
Me too, yeah, I expected a move there, but wasn't to be.
Mike Newton in his car, he's had his stop. He's still sitting down in 7th place, I think, at the moment. Oh dear, that's the Mosler going slowly. Very slowly. That doesn't look healthy at all. He's up at the near the top of the circuit, but he's going to have to try and get that car back to the pits. That's a shame. He had a troubled run yesterday, and looks like another troubled one today. Just on 2 minutes left for pit stops. Reutmeier comes in. Yeah, you kind of think that Cannibal is going to have a pit crew that features Daisy Duke. It's one of those, but I don't think it's going to,
no.
Sadly.
I was going to shoehorn in a few more cliche American things there, but I think I'll leave it.
Oh, is he going to make the pits?
I think he's got some sort of power.
Yeah. Or is that just coming down the hill? Mike Newton.
Yeah, he's in. He's in.
Thank goodness for that. That's going to mean that we don't have any sort of live or anything. Oh, but the 190 Ferrari, Pierre Eret is.
Careful reversing back in.
Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! Pierre Eret in his Ferrari was going so well. Car looks as if it's just got away from him, but in a very, very difficult position. No yellow flags yet, it seems.
And I think he's cleared that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
But the Lolas, we should be getting back to some normality. Currently, we have the Mike Newton car is in the lead, and that we have to look down a fair way for. In fact, the other MG hasn't yet come out of the pits, Nick. But no, the second MG is not on our leaderboard. So
I wonder what's happened there.
That came into the pits but hasn't come out. So we have the Mike Newton MG and the Keeler Chevron of Julie is in second place. Third place now is number 22, Sebastian Glaser, Porsche, and then in fourth place we have the Porsche 996 2006 car. So drama then that we've lost our erstwhile leader, not on our board at all, with just 14 minutes left to run. So
look at these guys here. Very well negotiated,
isn't it? And as we see, that's for fifth position. So that's a good battle.
Yeah, lots to play for.
Marc Devy. Oh, we've already seen several times over this weekend. Now enjoying his Endurance Racing Legends outing in that 115 car. All of these cars running in their original livery as well, which is great to see. So Mike Newton now with a very, very strong lead, 34 seconds over the Julie Keeler Chevron. And there we see the 29 Christian Traver car. It's fascinating to see the different lines, isn't it? That we, even in very similar cars, that 115, Marc Devy, say hugely experienced, taking a very wide, almost a sort of wet line, isn't he, through those corners of avoiding what we might consider the traditional line.
Well, they've got 40 minutes to figure it out, haven't they?
Yeah. So he should have worked it out by now with 12 of those 40 left to run. But let's just watch his line through here. Again, he takes a very late turn in.
It is noticeable, isn't it?
Yeah, which maybe is just how that car works. But yes, to to be able to see Mark DeVee doing that, and Christian Traber in a very similar car, not the same car, but a similar car, doing a very different line of attack, particularly into the corners, is worthy of note, let's say. But it's DeVee who's actually pulling away from those, which is the battle for fifth. And we're now in the countdown. We have 11 minutes left to run. But the 73 is still there or thereabouts. Gunter Schindler is hanging on to that battle just about. Here we go.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, and that's absolutely as a result of that different line. Was that the MG?
I think it was, yeah.
That was the Thetford MG back out again, wasn't it? That we just saw in the corner of the shot. Oh, yes, he's done it.
Look at that. Very nice.
Wow. So Mark DeVee loses 2 spots.
Oh. He's not happy about that.
He's not, is he? He got jumped on the first one, and then it's the car of Gunter Schindler that just capitalised on it, shall we say?
And now they're all going to be having to think about the car behind,
which is the Thetford car, the original car that we saw about.
And he's already there, look. Through he goes. Now, will he get a couple of them on the straight?
I don't know. They always used to say that those GT2 Porsches were very, very fast. He's got it done.
Yeah, he got the 2.
So, and this is now just going to be a test session, isn't it? But there's nothing else there left to do. Our leader, Mike Newton, is now way ahead, 34 seconds ahead of second place man Julie in the Keeler, and then our third place is the number 22 car. So Sebastian Glaser. But it's interesting because I hadn't realised that Mark DeVee in the Fujifilm car was actually probably holding up the other 2. I thought, didn't think it was that way at all, but it seems that they are now pulling away from him just a bit.
Yeah, they've been released, I think.
Yeah. Christian Traber to Schindler. You see, it's on this. Those kind of figures don't really matter. You know, if it's under about 3/4 of a second, it will ebb and flow a bit. But there we have it. Do you think that DeVee is going to come back at this? Do you think he's going to come back at Schindler?
It's going to be a hard task. Well, we've got 7.5 minutes.
Yeah. He's going to tuck in behind the Argo. Oh, this is exciting stuff. We've got our leader. We've got the Argo.
And it just takes one person not to know where someone else is there for a complete disaster.
Yeah. Mike Newton has been around long enough that he'll know when to push and when not to. And he's got 34 seconds worth of lead, so he really can bide his time. I mean, he's not going to sit there for the next 7 minutes, but nonetheless he doesn't have to rush past a battling group of Porsches with a Group C Argo in the middle of it. But he can just take his time, and is doing that. Waiting for the blue flags. DeVee will have seen him by now, so we'll Oh no, I'm surprised he made it that difficult. Actually, I think he would.
He didn't give an inch.
He didn't. I mean, yes, you can pass me, but I'm not going to make it easy for you. So let's see how Mike Newton does with the next ones. And certainly that car will have much more downforce and a greater top speed, perhaps. But the downforce and the cornering is what's going to make the difference. But look, he still hasn't got past all the Porsches. That's very interesting. He's just going to get it done down the main straight, isn't he? He's going to leave it till then.
I think it's like you said, it's weighing up where the safest place is.
Yeah. So, yeah, main straight.
Breezes past.
And then he's on his way again to close down the third for him of these Porsches. The Lola brand like that was very much a customer brand, and they developed one of their existing chassis to create the MG Lola, but it has its own personality, its own face, and very much a Lola car rather than an MG. Very much a Lola car rather than an MG. So he's done that. He's now made himself free, and Mike Newton is on his way. The third place, number 22, Sebastian Glaser car is still up there. But this is an interesting battle. I don't think that Marc de Vie has finished with this. I know there's only 4.5 minutes left to run, but I think he may well be pushing hard. That, yes, undoubtedly, Christian Traber has the position on track. There's our favourite TVR, and Traber to Schindler. Yeah. Oh, it's under half a second. Schindler's making all the right moves, but is having a bit of trouble managing to finish them off.
Yeah. Sort of a bit day late, dollar short, possibly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a challenge to be able to do that. Mike Newton continues on his way. He's now got a 30-second lead over the Julie Chevron. And yeah, it is still a battle between those three. De Vie is coming back at the other two. Very much so, actually.
Yeah.
So it is a bit late, Mark, but nonetheless, yes, if you can make it work, then that's good.
Let's see it.
I don't think he's got it in him to do that, but I may well be wrong, because he's now beginning to push Schindler quite hard. But we'll be going on to the last 2 laps now. So there they go. Various iterations of Porsche, aren't they, that we've got there? Still sounding great, but nonetheless, begin to. And
that was
that's
unexpected.
DeVee.
Yeah.
That's DeVee. He's overcooked it and put it in the gravel. Now, that is undoubtedly a yellow.
Yeah.
He's
Buried now.
He's lost the engine. That big plume of black smoke, I think, told us that he'd stalled the engine. So we're going to see a yellow for that, and I think this race will finish under a yellow flag. So horrors for Mark DeVee in the 115 car. There's the 86 that we saw having such great fun earlier on. Yep, yellow flag at turn 2. That's going to stay there now.
Very sad for him.
Yeah. Whether there was any form of spur to that, or whether it just got away from him, is hard to tell.
As you say, the plume of smoke didn't look great.
No, that's a stalled flat 6 if ever I saw one. So final lap for everyone. It's Mike Newton just stroking it home now, and if ever there was anybody stroking it home, that's that.
I like that, stroking it home. It's the second time I've heard it today. I'm going to steal that. That's great.
Fine, feel free. It can be the family watchword.
Yeah.
You can say, I got that from my old dad.
That's right. Amongst other things.
Yes, although Mike Newton is still clearly the fastest car on the circuit by a country mile, he's not pushing it. He's not pushing his way through the traffic or anything. And isn't it great that Mike drove this car, sponsored this car in period, and has kept it all this time and is still running it to this day?
It's the fairy tale that many people would like to have, isn't it?
Yeah. It's stuff that you find in a rather cheesy film, dusting off the old racing car at the back of the shed.
Yeah.
And I think
cheesy ones are the best.
Yes, I think I'm going to go racing again. But all credit to him for that. And he's on his final lap. We are going to finish with the yellow flag out, only at turn 2, but nonetheless it's going to be that. Well done, Mike Newton. Many congratulations. He's going to cross the finish line to win this, the Endurance Racing Legends second race of this weekend. Second is going to be the Keeler, which is a new one on me. I must be honest, but that's Marc Julie. And third will be the first of the Porsches, and that's the number 22 car. So that's Sebastian Glaser. And then we have a whole panoply of Porsches running down after that. So we then have the Christian Traber in 4th place in the 29 car, then the 73 of Gunther Schindler. They've had a lovely battle throughout this race. The 86 of Michael Faveni and Stefan Reutmeier, the 190 of Pierre Eret. In 8th place we have number 12, and that's again a double driver team of Henrique Gempel and Marc de Siebenthal. And then the 124 brings up the leaderboard.
Again, lovely pronunciation there. Flawless.
Flawless? You think so? You are too kind. So there's the Keeler. Very happy Mike Newton.
Thumbs up.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be going into his pit. A happy boy. Second place for. There's a lovely looking car. I've never ever come across it before, so I really can say very little about it. But there's the Argo. There's Mike Newton. Happy man. Still got his dedicated micros sticker on the visor of his lid. So very much in period. Sad that we didn't see the battle that we might have expected between the two MGs, but a win's a win.
Well, we got some early action, didn't we? We got a couple of passes there.
As the 29 car.
That's a tight entry there, isn't it?
Isn't it?
He's not the first who's seen struggle going in there.
Now, racing cars aren't famous for the lock.
They're not London cabs, are they?
They're not London cabs, that's for sure. Yeah, look at that. Happy man, happy man. Well done, Mike. That's what we like to see. Marc Julie, greeted by his crew. Second place. Did I really get second?
Shaking his head in disbelief, perhaps.
No, wasn't second, was it? But yeah, so that's the Endurance Racing Legends, which is now coming to a close. Marc Julie out of the car. And the first of the Porsches comes to a stop there. The number 22 of Sebastian Glaser. And I don't know that I would have put money on a 911 finishing on the podium, but he did.
And he should have.
Yes, oh yes, he's done that as of right.
Great driving.
So there is your complete list. First three, and then Traber, Schindler, Reutmeier, Eret, Siebenthal, all in Porsches. The DV 115 Porsche eventually finished in 15th place, but that was after a race where we saw the car end up actually in the gravel. All those stories of daring do that always happen after a race. There's that particular movement that people do of explaining opposite lock, isn't it? When they're standing up of the opposite lock and then just running their
dipping a shoulder,
opposite lock, and you find that almost everywhere.
I do that to impress my wife sometimes.
I bet it doesn't work.
No, nothing does.
Busy marshals once again. That they have plenty of work to do between all of this. We saw a few cars scatter the gravel during this. We're now getting ready for our third race of the day, which is the greatest trophy, and that will be out very shortly as soon as the marshals have finished their stuff. We have a nice grid for this as well. We saw these guys out yesterday. This basically what we're going to be seeing here is a nice mixture of various different cars. Everything from a Porsche 356, for example, of 1962 vintage. And let's just have a look back at that race and see what a great race it was. It was exciting stuff. So the highlights, a busy grid, it would be fair to say, and then that we saw a battle for the lead with the two MG Lolas pulling out at front, the Porsches scrapping amongst themselves. We didn't quite see the battle that we saw yesterday of Porsche versus Ferrari, but it was the dedicated Micros Mike Newton car which went out in the lead to start with, until that is the second of the MG Lolas tucked up behind him and swept through into first place, and that was the change for the lead, which we kind of expected, perhaps, with Christian Gleisel doing that, but nonetheless, battles all the way down the field, pairings, twos and threes of battles, Porsches of varying different vintage, and that surprisingly evenly matched. We saw the one-off there. We saw the cannonball, but Mike Newton then inherited the lead when the original Gleisel car, original leader, stopped. Track getting a bit slippery for some of these cars as time went by, but eventually we saw the Porsche in and at the front. Sorry, in the gravel. The 29 car finished in third place, but it was Mike Newton who brought the car home to a well-deserved win. Didn't put a foot wrong. That once we had lost the Gleisel car, the win was never in doubt. Second place to Marc Julie in the Chevron hybrid. Now we move on to the next race on our program, and that's the Greatest Trophy. And we saw these guys yesterday. We saw an exceptional array of cars. We have a few Alfa Romeos on the grid, the Giuliettas, and there's a Giulia out there as well, which is the four-door car. Bizzarinis. We all, Nick and I, both thought that the Porsche 904 Carrera, which is out there with number 60 on the side, was an exceptionally good-looking car. There's a 1952 Fraser-Nash Targa Florio as well, which is amongst the oldest cars on the grid. I think it is the oldest car on the grid. And then we have, looking down, the newest car, I think, would be the 1965 Bizzarini, which is an interesting car. It's front-engined Chevrolet car, built in Italy, obviously with a name like Bizzarini. But the engine is so far back, it's actually almost in the driver's compartment. So that will be a one to watch. There's Mike Newton being jubilant, I think is the right word.
Still.
Yeah, he's really enjoying it, and I think quite rightly so. A very broad spread there that we have. We have the German flag, the UK flag, and the French flag. So that's the way it should be. That's the Endurance Racing Legends podium. So we'll be seeing that. No surplus bottles of champagne, which is one of your big issues, Nick, I think. But only a bottle for each of them. In fact, there's only one bottle for the two who finished third in the Porsche. So they've got to share a bottle.
What is going on?
They've got to share a bottle. So you don't know, do you? Happy teams.
Yeah, great job.
Yeah. So now we move on to the Greatest Trophy, and this is again the second time we've seen these cars. So they will finish in their winning orders from yesterday. It's 58 from 68 from 22. So there we have what we need to look at. Yves Vergler in his Porsche 904 Carrera GTS from Peter Vergler, and they're doing quite well, the Vergler family, in the 904 Carrera, and then 62. So you can see the grid all the way down. Their cars should be out on circuit. They are. They're already formed up for the grid down there. Still happy people and champagne.
The two go hand in hand.
They're rarely apart, are they? I mean, you can be happy without champagne. You can't have champagne without being happy.
The old handshake there.
Yeah,
always good.
Yeah, that's done as well. The greatest trophy will be on the road very shortly. Just getting the track cleaned up, as you saw. Marshall's doing some great work with the clearing up, bits of gravel here there. That 40-minute race took a bit of a toll. There's one of the most interesting cars there, the Fraser Nash, being looked after by Blakeney Motorsport, which is the company owned by Pat Blakeney Edwards, who is an absolute, I think, doyen of the whole thing of Fraser Nash's. I thought he was going to have to do the podium on his own. But yeah, that's fine. 2 finishes for that class. Oh, no. and a very happy third place.
What an entrance.
Yes, going back to the Fraser Nashes, which were we just saw a little shot of there with Jean-Laurent Bellou. The 128, there it is.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
It is. Fraser Nash were given the rights to the BMW engine at the end of the war. That when World War II finished, really? there was reparations, and part of it was that the Allies took prizes effectively, and the prize was a BMW 2-litre engine, and that they did that, and then Fraser Nash used it a bit. They actually used the BMW logo as well as a BMW Fraser Nash, but you don't see many people driving up and down the motorway these days in a Fraser Nash, do you?
No, something went wrong there, didn't it?
I think there was a bit of a problem. Over on the very far right of your screen, you see a Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. Surely one of the most beautiful cars in the world ever. Thank you for bringing that, because that is just fabulous to see. And Christian Dumoulin, who we've seen race that car before, fabulous looking car.
Seeing them is one thing, isn't it? But seeing them race is quite another.
They
look great.
It is. It's just one of those things. So we're just waiting now for the starter. There they go. They're all off and away.
I understand that's actually all of 7 million quid's worth as well, that Ferrari. So,
ow.
It's important to keep that on the straight and narrow.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
But you can't let that sort of thing get in the way of good racing.
No. Our friend Joe Bradley will tell the story of having a conversation with Peter Hardman, who used to race the Le Mans winning Aston Martin DBR1, which is pretty much priceless, and he used to race it very hard. And that Joe interviewed him once and said, how do you justify running a car this hard, which is so important and so valuable? And he said, to do anything else will be an insult to the people who built it.
Yeah. It's true.
Dead right. So these cars, so many of these have a history. We looked at the 2-litre Cup earlier on, and most of those cars have been built from road cars. These cars have a history. That we have the Alfa Romeos there that you can see, the TZs like that green one on the left of shot, the 250, of course, the short wheelbase. Behind him is the Lister Jaguar Knobbly, known as a Knobbly because they made two versions of it. One was very streamlined and smooth, and the other one was
Knobbly. Brilliant.
But evidently christened by a driver's wife who looked at it when it first came out at a racetrack and said, "Oh, it looks ever so knobbly," and there it is, and it does. That's the Fraser Nash with the chrome radiator grille. That's very much looking its age, and I don't say that in any way.
No, in the nicest possible way.
Yeah, but clearly a car of its generation. That car is from 1952, so it's 70 years old. There's the Bizzarini, which didn't finish the race yesterday.
So Italian,
isn't it? And as I said, it is a front-engine car, but the engine is so far back that it sits almost next to the driver. It's right underneath the windscreen, so it's as close as it can be to mid-engined, whilst technically being a front-engine car. Safety car pulls in, bit of a scrappy grid, I have to say, but hopefully they'll now sort themselves out. Safety car is in, waiting for the lights, that the race director will decide whether he's happy with how it is. We have a pit caller already, looked like the Cooper Jaguar, but I'm not sure. Still red lights, green, and away we go. It's going to be the Porsche, the little silver Porsche that is going to get down, I think, first, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle to see who gets into that first corner.
Yeah, he's done a plucky move.
Yeah, had the inside line, had drivers right, but nonetheless, the two most different cars in the race, I think, are running together. Three most, actually, if you include that 122. But yeah, it was a good start from the Porsche, as they now go out on this first lap. Bit of a sorting out, settling down lap. There's clearly some oil or something on the inside of the apex there, but hasn't caused any grief for anybody. Bizzarini had a tough day yesterday and is beginning to move up the field and press on, overtaking two of the Porsche 904s, one and a bit. So we'll keep an eye on him, because that could easily be a thing to watch.
Comes up the inside.
Ippolito Pires in that car. No, didn't get it done. That's a big car for a circuit like this.
It's a big lump of car.
Yeah, if you look at it against the little Porsche, it's completely different, isn't it? Porsche 904s there. So there's the Ferrari, the white Ferrari. Just that little picture there. Ferrari, short wheelbase, Porsche 904, Bizzarini. That's almost a wish list for some people.
That's for most people.
Yes. Bizzarini powers past the Porsche on the straight. Look at that, the big 5-litre V8 pushing it all the way down. He's going to do several, I think. He might even go for the green Alpha as well. Now he thinks better of it, but he certainly did two cars down through there. The number 20 Christian Dumoulin short wheelbase wasn't going to make a battle of that.
I wonder if the other drivers around that Ferrari 250 are mindful of its worth.
All of these cars are very valuable. That's probably one of the most, although there's a D-type out there as well. But all of these would have a significant value. There's not going to be anybody out there driving a car which is a bag of nails. So
Respect is never far from their mind, I
no,
guess.
they would all know that they were special and important cars. There's the Carlo Vergola Aston Martin Giulia TZ.
That's a unique looking thing, isn't it?
It is. And they were built in reasonable numbers. It's TZ stands for Tubolare Zagato, and it's a space frame chassis built by Zagato, hence the name. And they were built as race cars, but in very much the GT category. Whereas those two 904 Porsches behind it were out-and-out race cars from the outset. They were never anything other than complete race cars for sports car racing. Very successful in things like the Targa Florio. So that was perhaps Porsche's first foray into specialist racing cars. I'm just trying to think as I say it whether that's true, but up until then they had tended to modify their road car designs. But there we see 49 and 9 change for position.
They look great, don't they, those little Porsches?
Yeah, they're fab. This is another 40-minute race. Ooh, now was that a tyre rubbing neck or?
Let's see if he does it again.
No, I don't think it is. I think that is
Smoke.
Smoke
Smoke of some sort.
Just leaving these two to battle it out. So the opportunity to say the Porsche outbreaks the Alfa Romeo here at Estoril Classics. Brilliant stuff, with the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase in close attendance. And then the Lister. Not bad, is it? And people always talk about the Ferrari 250 GTL as being one of the most beautiful cars in the world, but for me that short wheelbase is right up there. It's fabulous. The Bizzarini is carving through this field very nicely now. A troubled race yesterday, but now very much got the bit between his teeth with Ippolito Pires. Another place made up. So the number 3 car there on your screen. Sorry, the number 46 car on your screen.
Up into third.
So he's going to be pushing for the Nobly. That's something I'd never thought I'd say in commentary.
Pushing for the Nobly.
Yeah. But without doubt, the Bizzarini is a faster car than the Lister. There's no doubt about that. But
well, yeah, he's 17 seconds off the lead. So, but with 32 minutes to go,
if it holds together,
yeah, there's a chance it won't.
You never know.
Were Bizzarini's, were they known for their reliability?
No, is the short answer. That they were never at the very top flank of racing in period. They were always sort of junior cousins to Ferrari, but nonetheless, yes, they were always quick. Some would say they had the best of all worlds because they had a big American V8 in the front and Italian engineering holding it all together. But they were, they were not perhaps wildly good at holding together. So these lovely sights that we see, but we still have the Porsche 9046 Carrera in the lead, and that's with the Eve variation of Vergler. So Eve Vergler in the lead with the number 58. Then behind that, just off camera, we've seen that second place has changed, and Bizzarini is now up to second place, and only 10 seconds behind.
That's a big chunk, isn't it? He's made up there,
isn't it just? And half an hour to go. So that very much puts the Bizzarini in the pound seats. Oh, that's some smoke from somebody. Somebody, I think, has locked a wheel into there. But we're keeping an eye on the 58 Porsche. There's the D-type Jaguar. Lovely. And he was pushing it on, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Beginning to lock up under braking and things. This is a great scrap. This is Alfa Romeo and Leicester Jaguar. Actually, it's a Leicester Chevrolet. You could have the choice, but listening to that, that's a Chevy in there. Very, very similar cars, but the Chevy block mainly sold in the US. And that has a kind of US colour scheme to it as well, so maybe that's where that is. This is the battle for 7th. And I think the driving experience for these two cars would be very, very different. That you've got the light and agile Alfa Romeo.
That's what's great, though, isn't it? They're driving completely different races.
Yes, completely
on the same
different.
track.
Completely different. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
Powers past there, the Lister with Alain Roeder. And again, one of these people who drives all sorts of cars all over the world. Oh no!
Yeah.
I thought I saw some smoke coming out on the last turn, but that car's race is run. Yeah, that's a shame. But Alain Roeder, very much hors de combat. But look at this battle for the lead now. There's 8.1 seconds between first and second. And there's the other lovely Lister. That one has got the Jaguar in it. No, that's the number 6 car. So he slowed right down, Nick. But he's got going again.
I wonder if it wasn't a mistake or something, but
yeah.
It was enough.
Oh, no, look, he's slowing again.
Yeah.
He's cutting out or something because he was going great guns, but now he's slowed again because he.
And is that smoke?
That is smoke. think he's got a problem. I think we're going to see that car into the pit. So the 7th place car number 9, the green Alfa Romeo TZ. That's it.
Carries on.
That's a sort of great picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Fraser Nash and the Porsche 904.
Yeah. In the same race.
In the same race, yes. So, yeah, that's lovely to see.
It'd be fun to drive that, wouldn't it?
It would. Fraser Nash had this thing of they would call their cars, or they would produce semi-production versions of their successful race cars. This is the Targa Florio, because it was designed on a car that was built for the Targa Florio, and that they had the Le Mans, and they had all sorts of them. Sadly, they called the Le Mans because it was a replica of the car that they had raced at Le Mans. It was called the Le Mans replica, which of course has a completely different meaning now.
Yeah.
From the way it did then. So if you know your Fraser Nashes and you see an advertisement that says, "I'm selling a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica," you know that that's a very, very special car.
Yeah, it's not a replica.
Whereas it's not a replica, no. But that is a Targa Florio, so based on the car that they built for the Targa Florio, and we saw Patrick Blakeney Edwards' crew fettling that car on the start line. So the Fraser Nash guru making the most of that.
He's going slowly, isn't he?
No, he's just staying out of the way. I think he's just doing the right thing. Number 6 is still going, look.
Yeah, bizarre.
I mean, he's down in 8th place, but he's still going, which is peculiar. I agree with you that there seemed to be smoke coming out of the back of it, but that might just be a wheel locking or tyre rubbing or something.
Yeah, he's still got full power down the straight, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's still battling for 7th with the green Alpha. So he's still there. Maybe it's cutting out or something, but he's now closing down again on the Alpha.
Do you think he's gone to sort of default 7 on the steering wheel?
He might have done.
Cancelled some sensors and...
Yeah, probably, yeah. And one of those great Le Mans prototypes, that's the number 82 car, which the French nation built these cars because there was a classification at Le Mans which was for the index of performance, and that was for cars that were never going to win. They had tiny engines, and you can hear that burbling away there. That's a little 1,000cc engine at most, probably 750, and they knew that they would win the index of performance with that, because that was a balance between capacity and performance and speed and how much fuel was used and all sorts of stuff. Very complicated thing.
Wow.
And that it was always French manufacturers who entered cars for it, which is why our chum that we know, Charles Dressing, who is a long-time commentator at Le Mans, and he always referred to it as the index of runny cheese, because it was almost exclusively a French province, and that's very much one of those sorts of cars doing the right thing and staying out of the way.
It just looks so original, doesn't it?
It's crazy. It's lovely. It's absolutely lovely. Oh, and change of place there, so that Alan Roeder has got by the Alpha in the number 6 Vista.
Yeah. And he has mastered his gremlins, whatever they were.
I don't know that he has, because there was some smoke on the acceleration out of there. I mean, yes, he's up to 6th place, but
And again,
look,
and
there's
again.
smoke there, and I mean it's in the corners, so it could just be that it's overfilled. But I doubt this far in, 20 minutes into the race, that it would be that. But he's certainly pulling away from the Alpha now for his 6th place. The Bizzarini is right on the tail now of the Porsche 904
He's closed
for
up
the
very
lead,
well.
right down to just under 2 seconds. So we need to keep an eye on that battle with 21 minutes of this race left to run. That little Alpha built by Zagato. It's Alain Vergler in that car, and Christian Dumoulin is right behind him then. So Alpha versus Ferrari at the Estoril Classics. And Alan Roeder continues to confuse me, at least, that he's got a car which doesn't appear to be particular fit. I'm not sure that the green Alpha didn't just pull into the pits in the back of the shop there, Nick. I think that we may have seen the Vergler Alpha pull off.
Yeah, it's all action. I think we've got the Bizzarini in the pits as well.
So they're all taking their pit stops then. So we'll be looking for that to pan out. So the leaders, which we would expect, the 2 listers, haven't yet stopped. First car to stop first car that has stopped is the Bizzarini. So that is our de facto leader. There's the white Alpha out of the pits. That's a short-nosed D-type Jaguar. They built ones with a long nose for Le Mans, which were always used by the factory, and then they produced some cars which were customer cars, and that's one of those.
What was your favourite?
Oh, long nose every time.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh, there we go. It's the number 6 car.
Does that say "I told you so"?
Oh, so I don't know. I don't know. He seems to be going again.
Yes.
Was it just a bit of driver error there we didn't see?
I don't know. It's displaying all the signs of it being an intermittent fault, but who knows? Carlo Vergler there with his TZ Alfa Romeo. I have a feeling that the garage at home for the Vergler family must be worth seeing somehow. I think it's,
Yeah. one or two nice ones in there, I'm sure.
Well, you know, in this race alone, we've got Alain Vergler with his Giulia TZ. We then have Carlo Vergler with his TZ. Yves Vergler with the Porsche 9046. Peter Vergler with another 904 Carrera.
But that's it, isn't it? If I was racing one of these, the flip side of the coin is I would love to have them at home under lights in the evenings.
Yes. And sit there and read a book about Alfa Romeos.
Just be in their presence.
Would you talk to them as well?
Absolutely.
So everybody now has made their stop, and we do have Arbitzarini in the lead by 4.8 seconds from the number 58 Porsche, which is Yves Vergler, the 9046, and then we have the number 22 Mr. Jaguar Nobly in third place. Fourth, as everything pans out, is the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, the number 45 car, which is Carlo Vergler, and then the 904 Carrera GTS number 60, which is Peter Vergler. So
Arbitzarini is now making the most of that lead to try and pull a gap.
Yep, it's 4.9 seconds is plenty of breathing room, isn't it?
Yeah, not bad.
You don't have to worry about taking defensive lines or anything. He's absolutely fine. And when you think how far down on the grid he was,
he's done a sterling job.
Yeah, brilliant job. And that Hipólito Pires is driving on his own. These camera angles are great for seeing the lines that people take, and I'm not sure, but there's some interesting attacks to the apices, of
Api.
no apices is the but I'm sure they know what they're doing. That's such an unusual colour for an Alfa Romeo. You see, if you said to somebody, there's an Alfa Romeo and a Ferrari, you'd think they would both be red, but it's great that they're not.
No, yeah, I'm not sure what shade of sort of green you would call that. It's not avocado.
I don't think it's far from it, actually. Yeah, that's good. The avocado,
a very ripe avocado.
The avocado Alpha. But yeah, I think that Ferrari is probably faster in a straight line. Yes, he is. Oh, look at this. There's going to be a change for position. That we're going to see a sixth position change. No, we don't. No,
I think we are yet to see anybody go around the outside in turn one.
Look, 58 has had...
And around goes 35.
So that's Yves Vergler and Dominic Pearls, who both have had nasties. Now, does that mean that there's something dribbling oil on the circuit? There's a possibility, but it could just be coincidence. The Ferrari has made his intentions known, hasn't he? That going for that pass down in front of the pits, just have a look at the lines that these two take on these next two corners, because I think it's interesting what they're doing. Look, missing that apex by quite a long. Actually, the Ferrari caught it that time. And then missing that apex by a country mile. Must be the quickest way round. So it's coming up to lap the D-type.
That's never nice to see.
No. And D-type trying to stay out of the way, but probably getting in the way a bit in the process. Obviously, battle of battle of the engine sizes between these two, because that's a little 2-litre engine in the Alfa and a 3-litre in the Ferrari. These Ferraris were built in two different forms. They were built initially as a road car with a steel body, and then they produced the racing version, which had an aluminium body, and there are a couple of other telltales as well, and I think that is almost certainly the racer, the aluminium-bodied car. It has the big quick-action fuel filler on the back, and
Is that the one to have?
oh yes. The Charles de Villancourt, knobbly, very very early Lister there, Lister knobbly there. But you can see that slightly lower bonnet line than with the Chev in it, because obviously the Jaguar engine wasn't quite as tall as the V8 Chevrolet. Driven very much by a driver called Archie Scott Brown, who was effectively the factory driver. Thank you, he says. And
Whilst turning.
yes, Archie Scott Brown was an amazing man. He was struck down with polio when he was very, very young, and he had a club foot which faced in the wrong direction. He didn't have much of a right hand, and yet put him in a Lister Jaguar against Sterling Moss. He was as quick and beat him.
Wow.
So that Archie Scott Brown and Lister will forever be linked. There's a book actually which is called Archie and the Listers, which I would thoroughly recommend to anybody who has a passing interest in racing of the mid-50s. That, I mean, he'd never get through a medical these days, and for years he couldn't actually race in Europe because he couldn't get a European racing license.
So that's a shame, isn't it? Because I mean, I think things are actually changing where it may swing back in the direction where people with these problems can pass the medicals to race.
Yeah. And, well, Archie Scott Brown certainly made it work, but there we see that lovely Lister. They were an alternative, really, to the D-Type Jaguar. That very much at the same time. The D-Type was made to win Le Mans. That's what it was for, and built by the factory. These cars had the same engine, but were built to run both nationally and internationally. They sold a lot in America, and but also it was a kind of high quality club racing car in the UK as well. And
many survived.
Yeah. I think it is probably one of those things of, they made 70 and all 120 still survived, but nonetheless there's a lot of original cars there, and that looks fabulous, doesn't it?
It does.
With that fish mouth on the front.
It is. It can only be described as a fish mouth.
The Bizzarini now pulls away to the 27-second lead. So
yeah, he has found his groove.
He has very much found his groove, hasn't he, Christian Bourrier? There, I mean, he made no secret of the fact he wanted to win this race from the very beginning, did he? And that he's carved his way up from a long, long way back.
And the way he can drive that car in clean air as well is so different from when he was in the pack.
That's true. And we commented at the time, didn't we, that it was a big car to try and push your way through with, and that now he's in that clean air you talk about. I should think it's a very, very different drive. It's a Chevrolet engine in there, I'm sure, and a big, good-looking car. didn't ever really match the Ferraris for top speed or for racing speed, very much in period, and that car's a 1965 car, so by then the front engines were beginning to disappear, and although I said that the engine is pretty much next to the driver, it is still a front engine car, and by 65 we were seeing quite a lot of movement towards rear engined race cars. I mean, Ferrari had gone that route, and yes, you were seeing some of the GT cars, such as we saw last night, the Cobras and the E-Types, but the movement was towards rear-engine cars. So I think in many ways that Bizzarini missed the bus a bit, and had it been 2 or 3 years earlier, would have been a force to be reckoned with. This battle continues to go on, the Alpha and the 250 short wheelbase.
And he'll be mindful there's 6 minutes remaining, no doubt. If he's going to do it.
If he's going to do it, he's going to do it now, isn't he? He's not got many laps left. So you're watching the greatest trophy from the Estoril Classics, and that we're seeing some of these beautiful original racing cars being pushed very hard by their owners and drivers. And when we talk about beautiful, there is the 250 short wheelbase Ferrari. I think for many people, amongst the most beautiful ever made.
You would happily have sold us as kids one of those, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. That if I could sell you and your sister for a Ferrari 250 short wheelbase, there's no doubt about it. In fact, I'm open to offers now. I think the Alpha, though, has got the measure of the Ferrari, don't you?
I think so, yeah. It doesn't seem to be. He can't seem to close in on sort of 3 or 4 car lengths. So, again, such a lovely little blue. What was the? What's that one?
It's a CD, I think. Charles Deutsch.
Oh, that's great.
It's actually not on our entry list, but I'm pretty sure it's a CD. But yes, that Vergler Alpha that we see there, the Avocado Alpha, is I think got the measure of the Ferrari.
Yeah, he's driving very well.
But we still have the Bizzarini, but now with a mammoth 25-second lead over the Porsche, the number 58 car, and then the number 22, which is the Lister Jaguar Nobly. That's still going. That's the one that we were looking at with the fish face, whereas the other Lister is having a bit more of a difficult time. He's had a sort of stop-go time, one way and another.
Fish mouth, I think it was. Fish face seems a bit harsh.
Is that a bit unkind? Is that?
I think fish mouth is slightly nicer.
Okay, I'll go with that. There's action still, with just under 4 minutes left to run of this, the greatest trophy, which dominated in numbers at least by the Vergler family, but the gap between 6th and 7th, quarter of a second, which really isn't very much, but
this is their last of 3 races this weekend, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's all to play for. Let's see if that makes a difference to the back marker there.
Yes, it has. It has. They're going to get probably 2 more laps in, depending where the Bizzarini is, because Ippolito Pires will be out there somewhere.
It's a unique looking thing, that Alpha, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes. You can never say it's pretty, but it's unique.
Yeah. From the back, it almost looks like it should have sort of pedals in there or something.
It's very tall, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tall and narrow. Here comes the Bizzarini
Steaming through.
to disrupt the waters between these two a bit. Bizzarini are going to come back to the forefront, though. I think you're going to find, because many of these formulae, these races, are for cars pre-66.
Okay.
This is pre-66, but so are the Cobras and the E-types and those things. Now, this car would be competitive with a Cobra, and I think you're going to see that, because there's that cut-off, which is very largely because of Goodwood. They first started this pre-66 thing, that you may well see the odd quick Bizzarini out there. I know there are at least 2 being built for next season, so we'll have to wait and see. But I
2
think,
in the pipeline.
yeah, 2 in the pipeline, which are being built from the ground up as race cars, from an original shell. But be interesting to see. So there we see 190 clicks. But going on to his final, I think he's done an excellent job, really, with what he's done there. Christian Boulliez has come through the field, didn't take any silly risks. He didn't do anything untoward. That he just drove fast and didn't drive into people.
Yeah, it was a very clever drive, especially early on, wasn't it? He was in no rush to take, as you say, silly risks.
No, and yet he's still run by 24 seconds, which is quite an achievement in itself. It's going to be the Lister Nobly, the number 22 car, is going to finish 3rd, and then the number 45 Alpha will be 4th, and then we get the first of the Porsche 904s, the number 60 car. But yeah, that's going to be variation in extreme, I think. I think he'll be pleased to see that. I think the number 9 Lister is going to be, sorry, the Lister that we saw, the Lister Chevrolet, is going to be very pleased to see the checkered flag, if he does see the checkered flag.
But again, a very different race for the Bizzarini from yesterday. Should be very pleased.
Yeah, it was a bit torrid yesterday, wasn't it? And here he comes to take the checkered flag, crossing the line. There we go.
Yeah, well deserved.
An excellent win for Christian Boulliez with the ISO Bizzarini. These two battling pair take the flag next. Then they're not 2nd and 3rd, but they will take the flag next. So it's Boulliez from the Porsche 904, the number 58, which is Yves Bergler. Then the Lister Jaguar Nobly, the number 22 of Charles de Villaucourt. Then we have the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, which is the number 45 car, Carlo Vergler. So they'll be celebrating the Vergler household tonight. And then the 904 Carrera, number 60, which is Peter Vergler. So, yeah, the family did well. And
it's worth the effort. The transportation.
Can you imagine the size of the transporter to bring those cars? It's quite something in itself. Go and have a view of that. But
no carnets for them.
no carnets. They're coming from Switzerland. Still a long way. But there we have Ippolito Pires with his These lovely Bizzarrini. And I say, watch this space, and remember I told you first that 2023 is going to be the historic racing year for the Bizzarrini. But there it goes. As I said, many people would tell you it's the best of all worlds, a big grunty V8 from America in an Italian chassis, and it certainly has worked well today. So we've got Christian Bourrier to thank for that.
It's just so Italian. I know it's already, but it is. There could be no mistake where that car is from.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. It's all that. I mean, you almost want to be singing on days like these.
Yeah. I know it's not the right car, but it's it conjures up those thoughts,
doesn't it? Yes. 1960s Italy. Should have Sophia Loren greeting him as he pulls into the pit lane. We'll look forward to seeing that process. We didn't have the squabbles down the field that perhaps we've seen in some of our other races, but we saw some lovely, lovely cars being run. So we'll look forward to seeing those again in our greatest trophy. There you see it from Bourrier, from Yves Vergler, Charles de Villalcourt, Carlos Vergler, and everybody else is a Vergler too. Number 49, the Pires car was in 15th place. Nick, I'm a bit worried that we haven't yet seen the pom-poms.
I think the pom-poms have been removed.
Do you? Do you think there's been an inquiry and they've been told to put them away?
Well, actually, I think one of the marshals was a female who I haven't seen either today. So maybe she comes with the pom-poms.
Yeah, maybe.
Or the pom-poms come with the marshal.
I think probably you're beginning to get on thin ice. So that's lovely.
Yeah.
It actually looks even better close up than it did on track. It's Charles Bourrier.
That's the size difference there as well.
Yes.
With the Porsche.
And there's the number 22 Lister. I know we've said this before over this weekend, but look at those three cars in Victory Lane. You've got the Bizzarrini, the Lister, and the Porsche 904.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And to look at those and see just how different they are, that we had a great start with the Porsche 904 straight away from the front of the grid. Field was spread out quite quickly, but it was the Bizzarrini that really carved its way through there. We see the Fraser Nash sliding around like nobody's business. The Bizzarrini carved his way up through the field with the Lister Jaguar Nobly doing a grand job as well. As we've said, the variation between so many different types and shapes of cars. The number 6 Lister, it confused us a lot. There he is going round, but I think there were problems for him during the race as well. Many different Alfa Romeos, but it was the Bizzarrini that came through and sliced through the field to take the win. Many different stories from all these very different cars. There is the Index of Performance CD, the Porsche 904 going around in a long loop, and that there we see the third place car, which is the Lister Jaguar, which which drove a very steady but uneventful race to get that third place. An excellent job to be done there. The Bizzarini, on the other hand, just carved through the field as he had to. That big car on the little circuit was really quite a thing to watch, and we saw that car running through there. The Fraser Nash, different handful altogether, sliding all over the place. The Porsche 904s sticking like glue, whereas that little CD just bumbled its way around and had a great deal of fun. I'm sure that the Bizzarini looked superb, handled superbly. That absolutely the class of the field, eventually winning by nearly 25 seconds.
Wow.
From everybody else. So the car then crossing the line to win this brilliant motor race.
As you say, I think we'll be seeing more Bizzarinis next year.
I think that so it's the pre-66 thing that makes the difference, and the closer you can get to 1966, the better. The pre-66 thing came about simply because when Goodwood first introduced the revival meeting, the races had previously been up to 1966, so they won't and still won't run cars at revival that are newer than 1966. Whereas, that's the only reason to have pre-66. But that car fits very nicely, very neatly into that particular picture. So there are the marshals at turn one, Nick, and there isn't a pom-pom in sight.
No, I think it's done and dusted.
I think that the days of the pom-pom are over. We will be going next to the Classic Grand Prix cars, but we have a bit of a short break beforehand. Everybody can take in that beautiful atmosphere. 20 degrees, not quite as warm as it was yesterday, is it?
Yeah, we're about 5 down on yesterday.
Still okay.
Yeah, I think they'll take it. All the drivers will be more than happy. It's not English weather, is it?
No. I think in England the autumn has arrived with a bang.
But even looking at those cars, in when they finish there, and they're all immaculate. In the UK, they come back looking like salt spreaders, don't they? There's always a tale to be told visually.
Do you remember when there was members' meeting at Goodwood a few years ago where it snowed?
Yes.
And that they had to put salt down on the track, or a salt substitute down on track. And having done that, they then realised that salt actually attacks aluminium, so that there were an awful lot of people who didn't really want to take their aluminium racing cars out on track. But that's not going to happen at Estoril, that's for sure. Certainly not today. And beautiful weather, a beautiful place. We've seen a couple of bits and pieces of cars coming off and falling off, but by and large it's been beautiful. The commercial breaks we've seen, which feature the lovely town of Estoril, which is only just up the road from the circuit here, is absolutely great. Famous, of course, for its casino, but also it's famous for its beaches, for its food and wine. It's a lovely, lovely place.
So if you have a Ferrari 250 short wheelbase kicking around and nowhere to take it, you would recommend it?
I would, yes. If anybody were to ask me, which is very unlikely, I have to say, but if anybody were to ask me, then that would undoubtedly be my answer. Now we've got some track parades and things happening now during the lunch break. They all look like Aston Martins to me. I think those are Astons. But just a look around the field while we wait for the podium. Oh, lots of Aston Martins, look.
allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Bye.